Clerk?
Hi, Mayor. We are streaming and we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Flagstaff City Council. This is a City Council work session. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2020. I'd like to provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. With that, I believe, Mr. McCarthy, you're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I will, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Odegaard, can you please read our mission?
Yes, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff Council is to enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you for that. We are now down to roll call.
Mayor Evans.
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Odegaard.
Present.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Whelan.
Present.
Thank you for that. We're now down to item number 4. Item number 4 on our agenda is public participation. This would be for items that are not currently on our agenda. And while council can listen and receive input, per law, if it has not been agendized, we cannot respond back to anything that we might hear. Who's the staff member that will be calling people for public participation tonight?
That will be me, Mayor Stacy Salzberg. And we do not have any public call-ins for this evening under public participation.
Thank you, Ms. Salzberg. We're going to go ahead and move on to item number 5. Item number 5 is a review of the draft agenda for our July 7th, 2020 City Council meeting. Council, is there anything that you would like to pull for discussion or have questions about at this time? I do not see anything indicated. I just want to remind Council that our July 7th will be our last meeting before our break. And so if you have any questions regarding any item on that agenda, please make sure you get it to our city manager so he can get those questions answered and back to you in a timely manner. We're going to go ahead and move forward down to item number 6. Item number 6 is our council business listening tour. The City of Flagstaff's Economic Development Program has invited 2 of our partners to present their efforts to City Council relative to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ms. Hanson.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm going to turn the time over to John Saltonstall.
Okay. Mr. Saltonstall.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Hopefully everyone can hear me.
We can.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm, I'm John Saltonstall. I'm the Business Retention and Expansion Manager for the City of Flagstaff. I'll be introducing Economic Development Partners Chris Pastors and Eve Walters with Coconino County, and Gina Coulard with the Coconino County Small Business Development Center. They're going to present their efforts, adaptations, and perspectives relative to the local response to COVID. I'm going to share my screen and get into this quick presentation as well. And before I do that, I just want to remind the public that we do have new programs to assist small businesses through the City of Flagstaff as well. The Adaptive Reuse Program helps eligible small businesses with development fees as they move into existing vacant spaces. And the Business Retention Expansion Incentive helps businesses stay here and grow here. And we're currently accepting applications for the Business Retention and Expansion Incentive starting July 1st through August 31st. And with that, I am going to introduce our partners. Chris Pastors is the Economic Development Manager for Coconino County. Eve Walters is a division manager overseeing many programs, including environmental health. They're going to provide an overview of their efforts and introduce a new program, which is very timely. And Gina Coulard will provide an overview of the relief programs offered through the Small Business Administration and report on related regional activity. And with that, I'm going to introduce, or turn over rather, the slides to Chris Pastors.
Thank you, John. Thank you, council members. In order to get through the slides, I'm going to move rather quickly, but the county and the partners actually moved extremely quickly when the early stage of the pandemic were sitting in. When those pandemic numbers were starting to come out and information was starting to flow, we found that the best way to reach our customers were through weekly webinars. And we held a series of weekly webinars that brought subject matter experts from across many fields, from workforce to health to business financing to some of our nonprofit partners, to the webinars twice a week, in order to keep the information flowing to our business community. This was when there was a mad scramble. There was guidances changing daily, and so this was an important piece that we had dozens and dozens of webinars with over a couple hundred businesses registered to attend those webinars. So that was one of the pieces that the county brought in early during the pandemic. Many of you have seen some of those resources been going around. But John, if we could go to the next slide, I'd like to share a little bit more about another partnership that the county brought out. The next slide here is going to highlight the Coconino County and Sedona Business Leader Survey. Now, this is the economic barometer, if you will, that we've been putting out to all of the businesses within Coconino County. Many of the council members and city staff have seen some of the data for Flagstaff. This data has given us information over 3 renditions thus far, when the pandemic started, also when the sanctions started to be implemented, and then also when things were starting to be lifted. Now, we also have a 4th rendition of this survey out, which is going to show us the next stage of how businesses are faring. What we saw in the beginning was basically half of all businesses were operating at reduced capacity. Half of businesses were laying off staff. What we saw was there was a big local impact. And I think this survey really allowed us to drill in early as to the local impacts. Now, I want to thank the Flagstaff city staff for contributing to this survey, because the data that we've got here is this is leading in terms of the state of Arizona. Many of the other COGs or councils of governments around Arizona are now partnering with NAU in order to get a local business survey very, very similar to this out to their local community. So this is we're going to have another rendition of information coming out that will be available on July 15th. And we'll be sure to be sending out the invites for that meeting as we have in the past. This information is publicly available at the website. The link is there below. And John, I want to go into the next slide. I know that we're quick on time, and I want to leave a chance for questions. Now, effective tomorrow, there is going to be a new program, and this is what John was talking about, called the Enhanced Food Handler Certification. Now, you're going to start to see that food service businesses, which were the most negatively impacted sector within Coconino County by far, we're going to start seeing food sector businesses commit to, their employees and their staff to training on the latest best practices and guidances from the CDC, the FDA, as well as the Arizona Department of Human Health Services. So this is where I'd like to introduce my colleague, Eve Walters. I'm looking to see if she's here. If Eve isn't here to fill in a little bit of details, I'm going to just pause, let her jump in. Otherwise, I'll be happy to come in and fill a little bit more details about this Enhanced Food Handler Certification, what it is, how it works. Eve?
Good afternoon, Chris.
Hi.
Mayor Evans. Members of the council, thank you for having us here, and I will be brief as well. So Chris reached out to me, oh gosh, a couple of months ago and said, how could we help build customer confidence in our food industry so that we can help bring that industry back online? And I kind of made a cheeky response about what I thought would be helpful, but one of the things that we identified is that people are very optically driven, and if they're able to see something that denotes something as being safe or healthy, that we tend to clue into those visuals. And so that is what began the conversation around what could we do in our community to bring something that is optically visible to patrons, and on the backside ensures that people working in the restaurant industry are getting valuable information in this new kind of COVID world, specifically health and safety type information. And so that started the conversation between NAU, the county, economic development, and environmental health. And what came together was Chef Molinaro over at NAU was able to pull from best practices, as Chris mentioned, from the FDA, the CDC, Arizona Department of Health Services, on 5 main topic areas, and build those into a free test. So basically all employees at a restaurant could take this enhanced test for free, learn something along the way, and as an end result, for that business to be able to show the logo that you can see on the screen in their window or on a banner to say, we have made the extra effort to make sure our employees are up to date with best practice information around health and safety in this establishment. And those 5 topic areas that the test covers are employee safety, guest safety, sick leave and hand washing, contact surface safety, boundaries, equipment, and distancing. So it kind of covers the main topics that come up in our best practices through CDC, FDA, etc. Those questions were then put forward to the Public Health Authority to review and vet, and we have done that. They're very well organized. And they were also, this concept and these questions were also rolled out to the stakeholders in the restaurant industry to say, what do you think? Would this be something that would assist your industry, your businesses, in coming back online? Stakeholders are quite enthusiastic, as I understand it. So we looked at this from many facets to make sure that we were moving something forward that would be valuable on many different fronts, including our health and safety as well as for the service industry. A couple of things I also wanted to mention is that this certificate, as you can see, does have a date on it. It is built to be a stackable program, meaning that employees could go back in and as things evolve and change, they could update their knowledge through this platform. Restaurants are required to have food handler and food manager certificates as part of the environmental health code. But this is not a requirement. This is a strong recommendation to say if you have this enhancement, you have your employees go through the process of learning best practices around COVID-19, that it's recommended because it puts your business in a better light. We know that you are taking extra steps to keep the public safe and your employees safe, and customers can recognize that you've done that extra effort. But that as things change, we're going to keep updating this test so that it can be a living type document. And therefore, we've put an end date kind of on this certificate so that we encourage those businesses to come back and refresh their knowledge as the times change as well. I think that's sort of a basic base of what's going on. I'm happy to answer any questions if there's time allows. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Eve. I think we'll let Gina present, and then we can get into some questions as they arise. Thank you. Gina?
Yes, if you'll advance this slide, John.
Yep.
Thank you. So Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. My name is Gina Couliard, and I am the Director of the Small Business Development Center For those of you who don't know what we do, we offer free, up-to-date, one-on-one counseling, training, and technical assistance for all areas of small business management. So this includes most often financial analysis, forecasting, marketing, production, organization, and feasibility studies. Some of our specialized services include international trade assistance, technical assistance, procurement, venture capital formation, and rural development. Most recently, our specialized services have include disaster assistance in the terms of the payroll protection program and the EIDL loan, which is known as the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. And if you'll advance the slide, as part of the CARES Act, SBDCs all around the country were awarded additional funding to help support small business in light of the COVID-19 disaster. The Coconino SBDC has identified 4 areas that we will be focusing on and moving forward to support our small businesses in the coming couple of years. The first of those is to continue helping them access and apply for financial resources, whether that be disaster funding or traditional lending products. We also want to help our small business community with their web integration, online sales, and marketing, as we can see that so many of them, this is their new avenue to survival. The third thing we're going to focus on is cybersecurity, because most of our small businesses now have cybersecurity issues that they couldn't have even imagined 6 months ago. And lastly, we hope to focus on workplace safety. And in our last slide, I want to just talk about some of the metrics and that we've been able to provide over the last couple months, specifically since the beginning of March. We've hosted no less than 22 online webinars, and this number is much higher since these slides were presented, that serve 593 local clients on disaster assistance. We've offered 316 individual counseling sessions for small businesses in our community. We've helped those small businesses obtain over $8 million in disaster loan funding. Through our efforts, we have supported over 1,500 local jobs. And the thing that I am most proud of is that we can honestly say that all of our clients received support within one business day from our local SBDC. And we were able to do this with a very small staff of 2 people. One thing that I also want to bring up in terms of the SBDC is that the SBDC is a partner of the Arizona Commerce Authority, who hosts a business boot camp through the end of July on all topics related to small business. These webinars can be found online through the Arizona Commerce Authority website. They're free of charge, and they've had great content in terms of executives from Starbucks, Target, all sorts of things, helping businesses learn how to pivot and navigate this new world. So I'm going to keep it short and hand it back over to John. So hopefully we will have some more time for questions.
And Council, that's all that we have. We're certainly happy to take any questions at this time. And I think I'll stop sharing my screen so I can see what's happening next.
Council, are there any questions? I do see that we have a question from Mr. Odegaard, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Eve. Going back to that enhanced food handlers certification, I saw that it was free. How does the businesses find out about that opportunity for their employees? Did a notice go out to the businesses, or is it through social media, or maybe? That was my question, how to get the word out there. Seems like it would be a great program that for our local businesses to take advantage of.
Councilman Odegaard, this is Chris Pastors. In terms of getting the message out, we have a social media campaign that's going to launch tomorrow, as well as email campaigns. We're going to have joint news releases that are going to be hitting the papers. We're using all of the county's news release items to share the message, as well as an email thread to direct businesses to the website. The website will allow them to then, take the test and print their certificates. The website is it's free, and basically we want to just direct traffic towards the website, which will then, share the information that the employees, the businesses, or even the community may be interested in relation to the enhanced food handler certification.
Okay, thank you, Chris, very much. And thank you for offering that to the community.
Okay, I see the Vice Mayor.
Mayor, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, switch devices. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Chris, Eve, and Gina for your updates. And of course, John and team. Wow, amazing work. When I was looking through these slides and the information before the meeting, I was just blown away by the numbers. And Gina, as you mentioned, with 2 employees handling a single day turnaround, that's incredible, So hats off to all of you and all of us. I like the plans, Chris, that you outlined, and Eve, I think that sounds good. I like that there's a date that's placed on it. I think that's a really good idea, because that was my question is, as things change and evolve, as they continuously are to a degree, how are we going to keep these folks updated and on top of it, So that, I think that's a good idea. And then I guess my thought and question to the group, and I'm curious what you think your thoughts are, just what else can we do moving forward? Is there anything else that, we should talk about at the council level in regards to partnerships and efforts moving forward, just to continue to stay ahead of it? Or, is the track we're on just fine? I guess that's an open question to the group. Thank you.
And this is Eve Walters. I don't think I can fully answer that question. What we are all experiencing in this COVID pandemic is that it is an ever-evolving virus, and that every day poses new challenges and new learning opportunities. And we move down a track and then have to be flexible and adaptable to change that track midstream. I think as we continue to learn more about this virus and what it means for our communities, we will just have to continue to be adaptable and flexible and looking for creative solutions to assist our community, both economically, but also through their health and safety. So it's not really an answer to your question other than to say that we have to be fluid and creative. And the more that we can embrace that and work together, probably the more successful we will be. So I'm sorry that I can't give you a more concrete answer. And I open that up to anyone else who would like to fill in some gaps there.
This is John Saltonstall, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I just would like to jump in about the partnership piece. I think even as evidenced in this presentation this evening, we've all really leaned on each other immensely to be as adaptable as possible to those changing conditions that have in some days changed from 1 hour to the next. And I think that in terms of the teams we have and the meetings that have been offered up, we really have a cohesive collection of partners, of individuals, of entities who really all have the same goal in mind, to be resources for our entire community. And I think that I'm hopeful that we'll continue to do that as we get to the next stages of what's in front of us. So thank you.
I'm going to go and move on to Mr. Aslan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John and the team. This is some very nice thinking, and it's a great program idea. I definitely agree that it would provide an advantage we are visual or optical, as I think you said. And this sort of reassurance would definitely lend a business or a restaurant or an establishment a bit of a boost in a time when they could certainly use it. So my question, though, and I think we've tiptoed around this a little bit. I just want to carve out some more space to specifically engage this. There are going to be establishments and proprietors for a variety of reasons who don't have equal access to the Enhanced Food Handler Certification Program, maybe because they're Spanish speaking, for example, or there's a lack of a digital apparatus, talking about the digital divide. Maybe they can't get the time off of work to take advantage of this. And I could see a gap forming where it accelerates the differential in opportunity for consumers to notice their establishment and continue to visit them. So my question is, what are your plans to aggressively think about this and engage the business owners who are falling through the cracks? I would just like to see some evidence that your outreach is geared toward making sure no business is left behind, so to speak, even though we're going to have some instances where various businesses aren't going to be in the same position to take advantage of this.
Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, and we may not have gotten this far. As Chris mentioned this is Eve Walters, sorry. As Chris mentioned at the very beginning, this happened in a very, very short period of time and really came together well, considering the amount of time we had to get this rolled out. I think there was going to be a Spanish version created, but I could be wrong. And if it hasn't gone down that track, we certainly could have that implemented. It's an online forum, so it gives us that flexibility to go in and quickly make changes to it. The other part of that is that this is a recommendation, it's not a requirement. So, but with that said, it is a requirement that businesses have food handler and food manager certifications for their staff that are on site. And we've gotten to fulfill that requirement. We have had both online formats that employees can register and get that education or fulfill that requirement. And we also have had paper copies. Since the COVID outbreak, we've moved almost entirely to kind of an online type service, which does pose challenges to some folks. I think in terms of your question about what about people that can't get time off work, because it is an online format, they could do it at any point in time. They could do it in the middle of the night and still get that certification. So I think there are some pieces that possibly could still be worked out, especially for those that don't have access to technology. In this day and age, most people do have a phone. This test can be taken on a phone, so it's not limited only to a computer, or they know somebody who might have a computer or a phone they could borrow. So those are possible solutions for those who may not have technology directly in their home. And Chris, are you able to address, do you know if this has been translated into Spanish?
Thank you, Eve. This is Chris Pastors. In terms of the uptake of this, Councilman, I think that's a good question. And what we're looking at is, as far as future renditions, while this is a recommended program at this stage, things change massively if it becomes required. Right. And so we're not talking about required, we're talking about recommended. So I think as we address this, to give you guys a sneak peek into what may be happening with this program, is other counties may be looking at utilizing an enhanced food handlers certification program. And in doing so, I think then we got to really start looking about accessibility in terms of language. And that's all possible. But I think Eve really touched on the technology piece. But we also do have Spanish speakers and translators available at the county that are helping many individuals work through bilingual challenges. So we would extend those to this program as well. And I think you bring up a good point, and I think we'll make a note of it on our website that we'll have translation services available. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm finished. I just wanted to create some space to bring up that point, and I'm glad to hear that it's generating some new thoughts. And please do keep pursuing that. It's nice to create this opportunity. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that it's as egalitarian an opportunity as possible. And sometimes that means that we have to do extra outreach on our end to make sure everyone has that same access. So thank you.
Okay, I have Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for partnering so well together and presenting to council and to our community. My question is, if I were to go to the city website, how would I find this? Would I look under COVID? Would I look under business? How do we make it very easily and be able to use so the city website shoots me over to the county website and vice versa?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, this is John Saltonstall. We've been working very closely with our public affairs office and developed a webpage on the City of Flagstaff website with COVID-19 updates. And we've been able to list all of these programs as they've emerged. When this is made available starting tomorrow, we will make sure that it is available and it is prominent on that webpage. And we will also continue to put it on other opportunities, the Choose Flagstaff website as well. We really want to make sure everybody knows about it. And I also just wanted to add, related to the previous question and the digital divide, that people in the entire region have great resources and access to digital resources through our public libraries as well. So it's just one way that we're there for all aspects of the community. So thank you.
John, thank you for addressing that. I'm also wondering, has downtown business been part of this, the chamber? How can we get everybody working together on what you've presented tonight?
Absolutely. We will continue to work with all of the business advocacy groups in the region as we do every day. And they are great partners. When we do have new information, we're able to get it to them directly, and they send that out to their constituents. And, you know, it really is the power of our partnerships to be grassroots and to get this information out to everybody. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Ms. Hanson first, then I'm going to come back to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Whelan, I just also wanted to add that the county, led by Chris on this effort, and then, of course, always including us in their efforts, has been inviting all of the different stakeholders and businesses, including the chamber, to all of these ongoing meetings. So I'm sure that that messaging will go out to that group. Will continue to go out to that group so that we can all hopefully be doing the same thing. But I just wanted to give a shout out to Chris, that I think he's done an excellent job in trying to engage all these different stakeholders and partners together.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I commend this collaborative effort among the different agencies. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Eve and Gina, and of course, John. Wow. 593 clients served in just this,
this past few months. I always I am a part of SBDC's mailing list, so I get those constant, timely, and relevant communique. And with that note saying, keep calm and small business on. I have attended a couple of the webinars that were hosted by the Arizona Commerce Authority. And that's actually very, very helpful. My question is, moving forward, because you're focusing on workplace safety, are there any efforts to coordinate and collaborate with the Industrial Commission, specifically with the Division of Occupational Safety and Health? I believe there are some programs that, pre-COVID, I met with the chair, the executive director, and a board member of the Industrial Commission, and we were looking at having like a safety summit in Northern Arizona. Of course, those conversations have been stalled because of COVID. But is that something that you may be able to work on as a consortium of Northern Arizona Economic Development Partners?
So, Ms. Salas, thank you. This is Gina Couliard with the SBDC, and thank you so much for those really nice comments. The SBDC at the national level is developing resources for workplace safety for small businesses. But those of us who do partner, the city, the county, the SBDC, the chambers, I think that would be something really wonderful for us to partner on in the future and well received by our community. And so I will take that to heart and something that I will work on with our SBDC to see if we can make happen.
Yeah, thank you for that great response. I have another follow-up. It has something to do with workforce development. Perhaps workforce development can be part of your work plan in the future as we are trying to empower businesses. We may also want to we may want to engage in empowering our workforce.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Salas, this is John Saltonstall. As many of you know, we are very active in the workforce development, and we're very excited about some of the developments on our Regional Workforce Development Board and other collaborative efforts with for instance, our Career Exploration Series, where we've been able to really bring professional pathways into the homes of all students for workforce development. And I just wanted to mention those things. I know we do plan on bringing workforce development partners to a future business listening tour, and we definitely look forward to that. And it's something that we will continue to work on every day. Thank you.
So I just want to mention that Ms. Salas and I sit on the Workforce Investment Board. And so I really appreciate Ms. Salas pointing out that the Workforce Investment Board could definitely be a mechanism to get information out. I also want to say thank you to John Saltonstall and the Coconino County team for presenting this information to us. It was a great presentation, and it's amazing to see all that you've been able to accomplish in really about 4 months worth of time in an ever-changing environment of this COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you. I don't believe there's any other comments at this time, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
We're going to move on to our next topic. This is item number 7. This is a discussion, partial lane and partial alley closures in downtown. I am going to go back to Ms. Hanson.
Actually, Madam Mayor, this is Greg Clifton, your city manager, and would you mind if I kick this one off?
Definitely. I appreciate you getting me to the right person.
I appreciate you leading us through this agenda, and that was a very thoughtful discussion we just had. I've made a few notes, Mayor, coming from that discussion about changing circumstances and about being resourceful for our community and providing a boost for our businesses. So I'm glad to report at the outset that this is another discussion that will be along the very same lines. I'm going to frame this and then quickly hand it off. I want to frame it by noting that this is it's a very organic discussion that's happening here, meaning that this has really originated from the community and has found its way in front of council. And we at the staff, I think, are just playing a role as we should to try to facilitate the discussion. And we're excited about it, but others, I think, can speak much more eloquently about what it concerns and the benefits and so forth. But I do want to remind you that we had a very informal broaching of this topic, I believe a week ago in front of council, might have been a couple of weeks ago. And there was a desire to at least see the conversation proceed. In that vein, the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance board met late last week and had the presentation that you're going to see this afternoon, and had a very in-depth discussion about this. I will not speak for the board. It was a good meeting, but I think we're going to be joined today by Terry Medexa with Downtown Business Alliance, and I believe she has a guest who's going to help present to you, and she can make that introduction, but I think Cheney Bostic is with us as well. So this discussion has advanced. In your packet, you have I think a very simple one-page summary of the talking points that we think could be explored today. And then there will also be a PowerPoint that you will see. I also want you to know that we did vet this with our extended leadership team yesterday morning. I think staff right now is apprised of this matter, but certainly there are a lot of questions and details that are to be forthcoming in this. But I don't think at this juncture that the conversation is going to surprise anybody. I think it's moved along in a sufficient fashion to bring everybody at least up to speed as to what the idea is that's being floated here. That idea, as the name on the memo indicates, is to see some partial lane and or alley closures in the downtown area. I think perhaps it might even be better framed as an expanded use of public rights of way to accommodate and our business community. And it's not necessarily limited to the downtown area, but that's going to be the focus of today's discussion. I think also a comment to be made at the outset is that while this certainly could be couched in terms of economic improvement or enhancement, I also think it's properly framed as dealing with the changing circumstances and trying to provide additional spacing and seating capacity and outdoor capacity in our downtown area in recognition of all the constraints that we now operate under because of the pandemic. So with that, hopefully that framed the discussion for you. And with that, it might be a good opportunity for me to turn this over to Terry. Terry, are you with us?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Well, good afternoon. Terry Medexa, I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Business Alliance. The prior conversation, like the city manager mentioned, I think is a great lead into this topic. In a minute, you're going to hear about a bold plan that reimagines the use of public spaces with the goal of expanding opportunities for physical distancing while at the same time supporting the survival of our small businesses. This plan was not created by myself alone. Instead, it is built on best practices from cities and towns across the country. We've received input and actually requests from more than 20 businesses, and we have the Downtown Vision consultant team that is helping guide us through these challenging times. What you're going to hear is new thinking for Flagstaff. And like the city manager mentioned, there are questions that we still need to figure out regarding logistics, permitting, safety, extensions, and we will figure that out over the next few weeks with the city as our partners. But we do need to be thinking boldly now, and we need to act with urgency, particularly with what we've seen happen in the past 24, 48 hours. I think our businesses need our help more than ever before. So with that said, I would like to introduce you to the Downtown Vision consultant team that is on the line with us today. Brad Siegel and JJ Folsom are with Progressive Urban Management Associates out of Denver, and Cheney Bostic is with Studio Seed out of Golden, Colorado. They are lending incredible expertise and guidance to Flagstaff as we navigate our way in a time of total uncertainty. And before I hand this over to Brad, I want to just ask you, as you're reviewing the presentation before you, keep in mind that this is a draft. We are looking for your input and your feedback. And while we've heard from many businesses that support this, we do still need to go out and finish talking. So there are some opportunities for certain things to change. This is completely open to conversation and feedback. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Brad to say a few words. Brad.
Thank you, Terry. Mayor and Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having us today. And as Terry mentioned, the Downtown Vision team, we've been working with Flagstaff stakeholders, with downtown. We've talked to many of you on council since being engaged in this project in March. And as you know, we got going on the Downtown Vision just as the pandemic and COVID-19 started to change our days and change our weeks. I was struck by the prior conversation that talked about creative solutions and how we're all sort of navigating this pandemic week by week, day by day, as best we can. And certainly that's been the case with Downtown Vision. We are well along. I will say we are well along in our discovery phase, and we've got lots of great information regarding downtown Flagstaff, and we've got some ideas brewing for the future in the post-pandemic time for downtown, which we'll share with you at another time. But while we're on board, we also want to share our expertise on how we're working with communities throughout the Rocky Mountain region to adapt to these changing conditions. So it's been mentioned by Terry, it was mentioned by Greg, we're really balancing three things today in this presentation. One, first and foremost, is public health. How do we best address the public health situation that is increasingly challenging right now and will be fluid for weeks and for months to come? Secondly, economic survival of your downtown businesses with the real focus on restaurants and retail. And it's very difficult for them to operate, particularly in indoor spaces right now, to operate in a healthy way and in a way that they can sustain themselves. And then lastly, there is an opportunity here to be adaptable, to really try to do some new things with some of the public and private space that is in downtown. And some of these ideas have been talked about for a long time in Flagstaff. So I'll end my comments and introduce Cheney just by saying that many of the ideas that Cheney's going to present have been popping up in Rocky Mountain communities in Colorado and Utah over the past 4 to 6 weeks. And so we've been able to borrow some ideas and adapt them to Flagstaff. And Cheney Bostic, who leads our urban design team, she is a subject matter expert on this now in Colorado and is actually leading the statewide approach for utilizing some of our public space to help our downtown businesses in downtowns and main streets throughout the state. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Janie.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, council members, mayor and vice mayor, and Terry and the DBA for the opportunity to work in Flagstaff. I'm really excited about the vision plan and the opportunity in front of us. Quickly, I want to do a check. Can you hear me? Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Cheney Bostic, my firm Studio Seed, Urban Design and Planning. Our role in the vision plan was always focused on activation and placemaking in downtown. However, we had no idea we'd have the opportunity or necessity to act so quickly. The type of work that I'm going to present tonight is often known as temporary, pop-up, or pilot project type of projects. And I love this work most because it is immediate and it also has lasting impact. I've coined the term practical urbanism to describe these types of projects. Many times they are quick implementation concepts designed to test a longer term idea in a plan, like a bike lane or a shared street. But today is different. This is about being practical, certainly, but it's also about survival. As you know, rules are changing daily, and so are individuals' feelings about safety. Meanwhile, businesses are struggling to stay open and jobs have been lost at record rates. This plan is about economic survival and public health, as Brad mentioned. We always have that in mind. Many have used this crisis to rethink their lives, their priorities, and we are urging Flagstaff to do the same. Life as we know it is no longer. City council meetings are different than they used to be, and the functionality of our cities may very well be different for a long time. We have to adapt, and so let's look at this as an opportunity. So we are from Colorado. These are just a few examples from different communities that have immediately, with swift executive action at both state and local levels, not only removed red tape, but in many cases invested resources, materials, and funding to offer businesses the ability to expand their operations into public space. So we're talking about sidewalks, parking areas, and even streets. Just some examples here. This is in the top left corner, my town of Golden, Colorado. It's a university town, much like Flagstaff. The city rolled out barricades blocking off on-street parking on about 6 downtown city blocks to allow some breathing room. We have a historic downtown. We have very narrow sidewalks, so social distancing as the city was set up originally would have been impossible. This expanded area has allowed safe pedestrian movement as well as adjacent businesses to expand for outdoor seating. You can see here in this picture. And then Denver, Colorado, as well as a big city. We're looking at the concept of shared streets. Immediately post-COVID, the community lobbied and the city listened and blocked off some less traveled streets to through traffic, only allowing local access at low speeds and expanding the use of our streets for bicyclists and pedestrians. To great success. Now we are rolling out a program that will close various streets like our famous Larimer Square pictured here for expanded seating. Boulder, Arvada, Colorado Springs, Littleton, Frisco, just to name a few, are other cities in Colorado doing the same thing, but this isn't just Colorado. We mentioned Park City, Utah, and cities from coast to coast are transforming business as usual because this is an unusual time and we have to adapt. We like the Rocky Mountain examples because we have a similar climate and similar population density as you all. So some recent, quickly just to demonstrate some similar type projects our team has worked on. This on the left is a friendly business guide that my firm has created and donated to a statewide nonprofit so that it can be downloaded and used for free by anyone in the state. It is designed to assist businesses with design ideas and guidelines for expanding their business outdoors in the time of COVID. This resource will also be given to Flagstaff. The other photos are examples of pilot projects. Some of these happened for a day or a weekend. Others, like Coeur d'Alene example, we took a block and transformed the street, and that has been going on for months. So the time frame is up to you. Now to get to Flagstaff. So what does this mean for downtown Flagstaff? I will present some draft plans for this temporary business expansion, both on the north side and south side. So we will start with the north side here in your historic core. First of all, I'll just describe kind of what these colors mean and represent, and then I will show you some pictures so that you can imagine what it could look like. So first of all, the businesses in yellow are ones that have expressed interest in expanding outdoors. And so that's just highlighting the density of businesses that really are already interested in this concept. Other ones may be potentially interested, and I suspect they will. So I will zoom in here on and around Heritage Square and Aspen from LaRue to San Francisco. We are showing a plan to utilize Heritage Square in a little different fashion than normal. Here we would put up some inexpensive bistro tables and chairs that could be used by the public to grab coffee or a bite to eat from a nearby restaurant and dine al fresco. For social distancing, we might use temporary paint or tape to display social distancing spaces as a measure to keep the public safe. Then on Aspen here, from LaRue to San Francisco, you also see this orange area. And Aspen is the highest concentration of storefronts in your downtown, and it's also where these businesses lack private parking and existing outdoor seating. So we are suggesting to reduce the one-way travel just on this one block from 2 lanes to 1. There would be barricades put up to protect that 1 lane of travel from pedestrians, but the other lane and adjacent on-street parking adjacent to the businesses on the south side would be transformed into an open-air market for those businesses to expand and into the adjacent on-street parking and give people safe distances to walk by one another. We would also add a mid-block crossing here to allow people to travel safely between the businesses and the square. Next, highlighted in yellow are the alleys. Some of these downtown alleys, they have great potential for business expansion, increased pedestrian space and accessibility, as well as placemaking and public art. Some of these alleys already have murals, and restaurants have outdoor seating areas adjacent to them. And, this type of alley reuse, alley design is sweeping the nation. It's the hip, new, funky, gritty way to celebrate a downtown. So this plan would assist businesses in cleaning up the alleys, figuring out special hours and locations for deliveries and trash pickup, perhaps painting some new murals, of course, with property owner approval, and adding some overhead lights or shade structures for weather protection. And all of a sudden, you're offering safe ways in downtown to social distance and enjoy business and culture. And then in the pink areas, these are existing on-street spaces, parking spaces that could be used more flexibly than they are today. And what I mean by that is some businesses may want to use that space as outdoor seating. Others might want to dedicate it for curbside pickup. And some may very well choose to keep it as parking. But the idea is that most of the programs we've looked at and are aware of have allowed businesses, especially restaurants, to use that space if they so wish. The green areas here along Aspen and LaRue are where we might want to dedicate some parking downtown to curbside pickup. So we know a lot of people are still fearful of dining out, even outside, but want to support local business. And this is an easy way to make it comfortable for people to drive downtown, park, call their restaurant, tell them their location, pick up their food, and go home. And then other things we're thinking about, things like signage and these blue dots around town at strategic locations, utilizing some variable message boards or creating new signs. But the idea is to make sure that there is a communication plan in place to tell drivers and pedestrians what's happening downtown, that it's functioning a little differently, but it's safe to use and you welcome visitors. Now I'll go back to the south side. So the south side is a bit tougher. There's the majority of the businesses are located along South San Francisco, which is a major thoroughfare and a bus street. So, but we also see some opportunity here as well. For example, this orange area on Cottage, thinking about a shared street concept where tourist home could expand their dining into the street, but you would still allow access to parking. The rest of the street would just be closed to traffic traveling through. So low speeds, just vehicles entering to get to the parking, and then creating more of a festival type environment, of course with social distancing in mind. And then there's an alley here between Cottage and Benton that is very close to a cluster of restaurants that perhaps could be used for outdoor seating as well. So a concept much like Heritage Square, cleaning up the alley a bit and perhaps adding some murals or lighting and throwing out some bistro tables where people can go to one of their favorite restaurants in the area and grab a bite to eat and then sit outside. We're also showing some of the pink zone for flexible on-street parking with barricades to protect diners from moving cars. Thinking about San Francisco as a bus street, knowing that most buses will travel in this far right lane, we might, really want to look at the west side for those areas. Of course, putting up the protective barricades, but not being so close to buses will be a bit more comfortable for diners. Northern Arizona Yoga has expressed interest in using the space behind their building for outdoor yoga. We're also seeing this become a theme as gyms are closing or opening with very limited capacity. These types of businesses are struggling, and it's essential to help them as well. And then over here is the pizza place on Phoenix and Mike's Pike added. They have expressed interest, so we're just adding the opportunity that we see are the adjacent on-street parking spaces as well. So what might this look like? For the orange areas, those areas identified as expanded outdoor zones, it could be a variety of things from, Home Depot patio seating, umbrellas and planters to, this is one of my favorite projects in Denver, homemade, getting creative. This is a time to be creative too. I love these geodesic domes where they're going to put a table inside to represent the social distancing aspect as well. Inexpensive Amazon bistro sets, placing them out in Heritage Square, just like you see here. And then just some ideas of partial street takeovers, businesses putting up their tents and outdoor seating in those parking spaces. This is in Golden, Colorado. Alleys can be transformed with a little love, some planters, lights, and activation, and all of a sudden they go from dirty and disgusting to discovered space that you just want to walk down. These are a couple examples, both in COVID responses that we've seen and others that are just, as I said, this is a trend in downtown. The bottom right here is in Greeley, Colorado, and you can see they still have their trash out. It's still a functional alley, but you also want to walk down here and experience the art and the lighting. The curbside flex zone, so that those pink locations. Here's some pictures showing what those types of uses might look like. So using on-street parking space for a variety of different things, from outdoor seating to play areas to retail, bike parking, curbside pickup, a number of things that space could be used for in addition to parking. Finally, these are more operational aspects, but we're thinking about these things, the curbside pickup signage, special directional or informational signage, directing people to public parking, directing people, telling people what's going on downtown. Arvada created this very easy to understand diagram so people know where the streets are closed and how to circulate about downtown. Looking at different types of barricades that are being used and blocking off those spaces. And so I'm almost done here, 2 more slides. Now we get to the nitty gritty of timeline and making this thing happen. I will say this timeline is aggressive, but summer only lasts so long and outdoor seating can only happen for so long. I will say in my experience in listening in on Colorado cities that people are already thinking about this becoming a seasonal thing. So perhaps we could, expand our minds to imagine this not just being COVID related or for one summer, but the possibility of it being something that happens. It's the Flagstaff summer market or something like that. So first of all, our immediate action is, I don't think there are any decisions being made tonight. This is informational, but we would need city council approval, of course, and the DBA board approval. We would need to establish a process for businesses who wish to expand into the parking, establish a timeline for the program, with season, summer, and the climate in Flagstaff. We recommend, going through September, maybe even into October. Next, we would finalize the plan. The DBA would reach out to property and business owners. We could utilize the friendly business guide to start giving businesses ideas and work with property owners that are willing to allow murals in the alleys, call to artists, and start generating excitement on social media. Have something to be excited about in this time would be nice. And then mobilization, we would order the materials and furniture, perhaps brand this project. As I said, just some ideas here. Maybe it's the Flagstaff Summer Market or something. Finalize outreach to business and property owners, communication through DBA, city, and chamber websites and social media, and establish our implementation day and volunteer team and sign-up project process. I've been involved in a lot of these, and you do need a team of volunteers. It cannot be done by 2 or 3 people. Usually people are very willing and excited to help them. And then implementation. So we have week of July 13th, certainly looking at, as I said, that's aggressive. I think it's doable. It would take about 2 days if we had a team of, say, 15 to 20 volunteers, and we could get this done. Some of this could be happening ongoing as we move forward to make it a little easier and flexible. And then you enjoy, and Flagstaff is open for business. So down to partnership roles and responsibilities. As Terry said, this definitely is a partnership. Terry and the Downtown Business Alliance would focus on business outreach and property owner outreach and help and finalize the plan and order materials and identify sponsors, find artists and volunteers, and then implement the project with some help. Our consultant team has donated $5,000 from our expense budget. We haven't been traveling to Flagstaff as much as we anticipated, so why not use that money towards beautifying and activating and helping your small businesses thrive? We are happy to do that. We would provide resources and expertise throughout and assist Terry in finalizing the plan. And if time and resources and COVID allows, perhaps driving down to help implement. And then the city of Flagstaff, so we need city council approval, and then we need department leadership and action. So in the city manager's level, we would, work with Greg to initiate the program and have him really delegate duties. Community development would be in charge of expedited permitting for allowing these expanded spaces to occur. Economic vitality could help with marketing, communication plan, and perhaps a donation through some of their funds for beautification, planters, lighting, or murals. Fire department would okay basic guidelines, making sure that we're not blocking fire lanes and fire hydrants, but I do want to stress that there does need to also be some lenience. This is not normal, and but we have experience, and we're seeing lots of cities be flexible, and it can happen. Police department, of course, would continue with safety. We would coordinate with them on any safety measures that need to be addressed. And Public Works would help with traffic management and control and provide signs and barricades. And lastly, we would hope that somehow we could find some matching funding to make it even more successful. But we are excited to present this plan and this idea and this concept to help your businesses thrive in the age of COVID. And that is the end of my presentation. I think we can open it up to questions.
Do we have any public comment about this?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start with the Vice Mayor, followed by Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Cheney, for being with us and sharing your expertise with us. Very exciting to learn about all the things that are happening in other locations and that we are looking into doing here locally. I do have a couple questions, and this might also be questions to Terry at times, starting with the lot that is across from the Orpheum. Is there a reason why that's not being utilized?
Vice Mayor, council members, this is Terry. Vice Mayor, are you asking about the lot that is adjacent to the Orpheum, same side of the street, just a little bit to the west?
Nope, directly in front of, between Pay and Take and that other building.
He's talking about the CenturyLink.
CenturyLink, correct. The feedback from CenturyLink is that their lot is utilized for their vehicles, and they have extensive equipment. However, we have been working with them to utilize sort of the front part of their lot. And so that is a conversation that is occurring. It wouldn't be the entire lot, but it could be the front part of that lot that is closest to Aspen.
And then what is, so a few questions. What is the ask from the city in terms of financial?
Vice Mayor, Mayor, City Council, this is Terry again. I think the ask is that, one, we work with the city as our partners to help establish a process with permitting, and we work with the city and fire. And then in terms of funding specifically, I think that there are funds set aside for alley and murals. It wouldn't be so much just for this project, but if there was a way to take a project that was already planned and have it happen at the same time as this, then and be able to leverage that funding, that would be wonderful. And then to see if there's any opportunity for matching funding for seating and other sort of hardscape items.
Okay, thank you. And then my question for Cheney is, Cheney, you got me thinking when you started talking about bicycles, and then you talked about priorities and how this is really an opportunity to adapt and do something different. And that's exactly how I view this opportunity as well. And as a big bicyclist myself and an advocate for cyclists, I'm wondering what other cool things can be done in our plans to support the experience of a rider. And I also have a question about how taking away the parking spaces has, how has that impacted the culture, the driving culture in some of the towns that you referenced?
Yeah, I can speak to Golden and Denver are the ones I'm most familiar with. I'm in Denver a lot. I live in Golden, and bicycling in both of those communities are already high, but they are certainly higher in those streets that we have closed off for, basically autos just have access to parking or to access their homes. The rest of the time they are used for bicycling and pedestrians to kind of spread out and take over the space, and they have been wildly successful. There are families biking through the streets that, that never happened before. They weren't safe. They didn't feel safe. Less people are less people are commuting to work. They're working from home. There's, they're not needing to park as much, and in general capacity is limited already just because there are less people out and about. So parking spaces aren't as in high demand as they used to be. So I think, we can certainly, I would be excited to look at those opportunities. Flagstaff has a great grid set up and, some bike lanes or striping happening, but you don't have necessarily super wide streets where you can think about reusing a travel lane, but there are certainly design ideas that this plan will look at to, as you say, make it more comfortable for bicyclists.
Okay, thank you for that, Cheney, and I definitely am in support of that as one member of council. My last question for you, Cheney, is can you talk a little bit about enforcement of social distancing? How do we keep this from becoming just an outdoor festival, that's just a big social hour for our whole community and state, quite frankly?
Yes, yeah. So I think there are, like I said, the signage and making friendly signs that remind people to wear a mask and be socially distanced. There are design ways that we can, mark on pavement that, 6 feet circles, for example. And I'm sure you've seen some examples of creative ways that other communities are doing it. But that cue that you can see, something like I'm supposed to be here and they are supposed to be there, where you can, it's a mind thing, but it's also very, very important for public safety. And those are things that we will certainly think about. Providing queuing space, making X marks on the sidewalk for people to stand 6 feet apart when they're waiting to pick up their food. All of those things will certainly be included.
Okay, and then my last comments for council is, and also for Terry and yourself, are just as we move forward, which I'm very excited about, and I like that we have an aggressive timeline in place. I just think that we need to have solid follow-ups and check-ins on the plan and how it's going, and just, because it's going to take some tweaking and working together, and I'm sure we're going to run into some bumps along the way. And also to council, I don't know what we can do to do something like this for the east side, but I just think that 4th Street and other parts of town could also very highly benefit from similar kinds of thought processes. Thank you, Mayor.
We are going to go to Mr. Odegaard, followed by Mr. McCarthy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Terry, for the information and bringing this forward. I'm in supportive of it. I do, of course, have reservations, but definitely I think it's worth an effort to help our downtown businesses. As you're aware, I'm a concern for everyone. Besides the restaurants and the clothing stores, there's the barber shops, to try to find that balance where you don't take parking away that could affect somebody else. Yes, it's great to offer support for the restaurant, but right next door is a barber shop, for example. And if you take that parking away for the barber shop, well, where's the barber shop customers supposed to park, et cetera? So it's going to be, I don't not envy you of trying to find this balance of trying to make this work. I am concerned. We have another agenda item which follows next concerning our reentry plan, concerning permitting, things like that, just for consistency's sake of the permitting process. But I guess the only thing I could show right now is, yes, I'm supportive. Let's move forward and we'll see how this plays out. So thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Generally, I am supportive of this. I do have a couple questions. Just as an example, on Aspen, if we've closed off one lane, how would we make a delivery? If a truck had to stop, they often just stop right in the middle of the street and block one lane. But if there's only one lane, then they could be completely blocking off that street. So that's my first question.
Yeah, I can answer that. So the north side parking spaces could be available for loading and unloading, and certainly we will have to work with all of the businesses to communicate with their deliveries and trash pickup. That will certainly be a way. We will create an alternative delivery circulation plan or something for them to know how to do that. But you're right, some parking spaces should be left open for deliveries and things like that.
All right, so the next time this comes back to us with a little more detail, I guess we'll need a little more detail on that. My other concern is on streets that are very busy, I'm getting some weird sounds. Does it sound okay from your side?
Yeah, there was a squeaking, but you sound fine.
Okay. on some of the main streets like San Francisco or, well, San Francisco specifically, I guess I'm a little concerned about using, putting tables out where the parking is now and having buses and big trucks go through there. That's a little scary to me. On a street like Aspen or Birch, I'm not so concerned, but on a main street like San Francisco is the primary example, I do have some concerns about the safety involved with that. The other thing I might note, this might actually tie into the next agenda item also, is we're not allowing the farmers market, which traditionally has been in the city parking lot at City Hall, yet we're contemplating doing very similar thing right downtown. And I just want to make sure that we're consistent and rational in both cases. So those are my comments for now. But overall, I think we should move forward with this and get a little more into the detail and see if we can make it work. It may not be quite as extensive as what's shown on the map now, but I think there's definitely an opportunity for some of this type of planning and action downtown. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to go to Ms. Medeska first, and then I'm going to come back to Ms. Whelan. Before we start, can someone please put up the timeline? Thank you. Ms. Medeska?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman McCarthy. I just wanted to address your comment about the farmers market. And I want to be very clear with council that this is not an event space, nor do I think the farmers market is. The farmers market, I think, is a place for people to access food in a safe setting. This really is to prioritize physical distancing and to allow businesses to expand their capacity so it helps them survive the next several weeks and months. And so we are not looking at this as a place for people to gather or as an event in any way. I hope that answers your question.
Just as a follow-up, I don't think my concern is so much with the downtown plan, but my concern is that farmers market is similar to a grocery store, which we allow people to go to. And there's a lot of people that depend on that for their livelihood, selling vegetables and things. So I'm just saying that we need to be consistent. I'm not in any way saying that the farmers market issue should mean that this downtown thing should not go forward. That's kind of a separate next agenda item discussion. Again, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Whelan. I believe we asked for the timeline.
Would you put up the timeline slide, please? So I'm very excited about this. I've visited Portland and other spaces in Colorado that have done this safely, and they create a great space. Terry, I'm grateful that you said that this is not about opening up markets. This is about allowing people and businesses around that area to safely space out their customers. I know this has probably been asked for months, and I'm grateful that this is coming about in a formal way, and it looks good. So the timeline that I'm asking about is finalizing the plan and outreach. So we have 10 more days of that. And my question is, I wonder why. Have you gotten any pushback? Why can't we expedite this a little quicker? I would like to say that I would love to see some of our marginalized communities in the artwork. I would like to see the things that we have forgotten remembered. So pieces of our Black Lives Matter, pieces of our South Side Black historic to come over. And I agree with Charlie. I think if we could, I believe Charlie said it, maybe Adam, do this throughout our community, I think we will find results. This is a time to think outside the box. This is outside the box, and I'm going to support it and only ask that it happens sooner than later. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Salas, followed by Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and much gratitude to Terry and the consultants. Our downtown is the heart and soul of our mountain town called Flagstaff. And I believe I have articulated this a couple of weeks ago, the first time it was brought to council about new thinking and new ways of doing business as we navigate through this new normal with masking and social distancing. So I am in awe and amazed on this positive possibilities for our businesses downtown. And I believe, what we're doing in downtown is worthy of emulation by businesses across town, east side, west side, sunny side, south side. I've seen my, how downtowns were transformed in other cities. So we can come up with our own hybrid of, our downtown as we are transitioning or shifting to this new way of living. And I'm in full support of this endeavor. I have a question to Terry, though. How many businesses are there with the Downtown Business Alliance?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Salas, within the north side and the south side, there are about 180 businesses that span from essentially Cherry to Butler and Humphreys over to about Agassiz or San Francisco. So north side and south side, 180 businesses.
180 businesses. Thank you. Can you elaborate more on the potential interested businesses blocks as presented in those renditions?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Salas, I would ask that you ask that question again. I'm not sure I understand how best to answer you.
Yeah, so we have and thank you to the consultants for this visual presentation. It says you have interested businesses, and then you have blocks in yellow, and then you have white blocks that says that's indicated as potentially interested businesses.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Salas, I understand now. So what we did is we sent out several emails to all of our businesses on the north and the south side. And we said, we've noticed that this is a best practice being done in other communities. How many businesses would be interested in doing something similar here? And relatively immediately, we heard back from about 10 or 15 businesses. And so we began to work on this plan based on who proactively reached out to us and answered our call for interest. Since then, we continue to reach out to our businesses and we keep hearing additional expressions of interest. And so that is why you see a difference in color. Those marked in yellow have been proactive. They have said that they would put in resources towards tables or tents or umbrellas. And then the ones that are marked in white are likely users. For example, Late for the Train and Blends, they have expressed an interest. The Sweet Shop has expressed an interest. And so I just need to go back to those businesses and work on what works best for them, and then we can turn them yellow.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go to Mr. Aslan.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. And hi, Terry. Thank you for sending this out initially at midnight this morning. I was up when you were, and I was excited to be able to take a look at it and be one of the first people to see it. I wholeheartedly support this effort. My job is not to micromanage the ins and outs of this idea. I'm not the logistical expert nor the engineer, but the community wants this. The business community needs and wants this. I recognize that want and need may not be unanimous or monolithic, but I guess I'm siding with those voices that are calling for it. And it's my job on council to help cast a vision and point our compass bearing towards true north for our community. And I think this is where we're at. A funny story, this thought bubbled up organically from many sides, obviously, throughout town and even in my own home. By the time I got around to contacting Terry about it, and Terry, you were the first person I thought of to contact. She was happy to inform me that she was already working on it. And listen, it's a weird time, and the weirdness isn't going away with the flip of a switch. I think that's clearer than ever after this past week. And we're being afforded the opportunity to think outside the box, and we should absolutely be taking advantage of that. This may not be permanent. And I don't want to prejudge that potential outcome, but I would hope that it might be in some instances. And I could see this leading to a new norm for our mountain town, especially during our summers at least. I love this, and I'll champion it in any way that I can. I mentioned before, we need to make sure this thinking permeates the city. So, for example, La Fonda's in Sunnyside, or Oregano's and other businesses over by the Safeway parking lot on Milton. Another favorite of mine is the Grand Canyon Brewery and other businesses in the parking lots across from Target. So let's make this strategy available far and wide. Let's get our residents and our tourists eating and drinking again. Let's get our Uber and Lyft drivers back at work, shuttling hungry patrons around. Let's do this, and let's do it as quickly as we can. I bet that's at least as fast as what we're seeing in the presentation. And I echo Councilmember Whelan's thinking that maybe we can pull it off even faster. I hope that's clear direction.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Aslan. So I wanted to weigh in on this conversation. First of all, I want to say thank you to Terry and your consultant team for helping to move this conversation forward. I want to point out that it's very unusual for us to have a consultant donate money back to the community in which they are working in. And so that is a first. I've been on council since 2008. It's the first time I've seen that. So I want to say how much we appreciate that sentiment. I think that this is taking too long, quite frankly. I'm going to join Councilmember Whelan and Councilmember Aslan with that. I really would like to see some tables out there tomorrow if possible. I think it's critical that we work to support our small independent businesses, which largely make up this downtown, both north and south area, as well as our other small independent businesses throughout our community. Whatever we can do to help them meet these CDC guidelines, to make sure that they are being safe and allowing for social distancing, I think it's critical, especially now as we move forward. We do have some summer left, and if those individuals could get some type of revenue and income, I think that's going to help not only them, it's going to help the individuals that they employ, and it's going to help our city overall when it comes to sales tax revenue. I also think that, we're not here to micromanage this map, but there's a lot of opportunity that I see on that map, and that opportunity is currently in gray. And so I don't know if it's a point of going out and renting some of these vacant lots that are not being used right now anyway, or trying to talk with those property owners. Ms. Whelan has pointed out that there's a lot of empty storefronts on LaRue, so maybe LaRue is one of those streets that also can participate in this activity. And so I really think when you look at these maps, there are opportunities, at least I look at it as opportunities, every area that's currently grayed out. I also want to follow up with something else that was said. I believe it was Ms. Whelan that said this. Whatever art is produced, it's very important that that art reflect everybody who is a part of this community. Moving forward, there's going to be numerous conversations regarding our Black community, our Indigenous community. I want to point out that our Chinese community had a lot to do with the development of downtown and the railroad that runs through it. But I don't think I've ever seen one piece of art or one mural in this town that reflects that community and the work that they did here. So if we're talking about putting up new murals and, new pieces of art or new whatever, it might be that, one alley has a different theme and you walk to another alley and it has a completely different cultural coolness going on in a different alleyway downtown. I think that would be pretty awesome. And so I'm just encouraging us to move forward now. I really think that some of this stuff should not get hung up in paperwork. I'm kind of looking to the city manager because I think you've gotten clear direction about that. The only caveat, or the only thing I just want to make sure that stays out there is a conversation about the alcohol as we expand into streets and things. We have another event that goes on here once a year that has alcohol, and it's very problematic because you have some of the businesses that are not necessarily as responsible as they could be with making sure who has it, where it goes, and when it leaves premises. So I do want to make sure that we know that our police officers are going to need help. And some very clear understanding with regards to alcohol and where that goes to make sure that the wrong people, little kids and stuff, are not getting access to alcohol that they should not have. And I think the businesses need to be aware that if that is happening, there is an issue perhaps with their liquor license moving forward. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you to the consultant team and all who have presented on this. I expect that tomorrow morning Thursday morning, today's Tuesday, Thursday morning we will have a debrief on this and start putting the wheels in motion, and maybe sooner. I'm hearing you, Mayor, that you want to see this expedited. On our end, I think we can move as fast as we possibly can. There are some logistics to address, and I need to chat with community development about permitting, unless they want to jump into this conversation. And indeed, we'd love to hear from many staff members who have thoughts or comments or questions about this. But I am hearing clearly from council that not just enthusiasm to move forward, but to do so with haste. So with that, maybe Mayor, we can invite any staff members who have questions or need a little bit of follow-up or additional clarity to ask if they would like to participate at this time.
Can I have one more comment, because I was going down my notes and I missed it, and then I'd be happy to turn it over to city staff.
Thank you.
I think this is very important because I heard it once, at least, from this conversation, and I know we're going to move into another conversation, item number 8, and talk about this. I want to say that I think that this is very different from a special event or an event that is not stationary in nature. We are talking about putting tables out. Those tables are going to be in a location that is either marked or maybe even bolted to the ground. I don't know. But they're tables. And then those tables are going to be separated, and we are going to be actively encouraging social distancing. I think this is different from an event, for lack of a better word, that doesn't have that. and where people are free to move, they're free to go around, and there's a large amount of people, and there's no constructive way of having people go in one way, trying to make sure that people are social distancing. Most of the time when people go out to eat, they don't really walk around or mill around. They get their food, they go sit at a table, and they eat their food there. So I just want to make sure that's how people understand how I'm looking at this. I think, again, it will also help our businesses downtown, our independent businesses, and I think that that's important. City staff? I see Mr. Folk. And I see Dean Conacher. I'm going to go with Mr. Folk first, and we'll go back to city staff members. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, this is Dan Folk, Community Development Director. I think certainly we'll figure out how to get this done. That's not really a problem. But in terms of issuing permits, I think perhaps the easiest and quickest way would just be to have tables that are out that patrons could use, kind of like they were saying on the square. So the tables aren't necessarily specific to a business, but that there's just tables that are available in the square, in the street, in the alley, and having them just available for whoever kind of shared tables and that for the businesses, that would certainly be the quickest. If you want to do it individually for each business, that's going to be a little more time intensive, and it's just a little more complicated in my mind. So I don't know if Terry had any ideas on that, if it was just to be shared seating or if it's supposed to be specific to businesses.
Ms. Podeska?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and Mr. Folk. I think what I would do after hearing the direction from the mayor and council is to next pull best practices and how other cities, including other cities in Arizona, are getting this done in terms of both permitting and extensions. And so what I might do is suggest that we can provide, information of how this has been handled well and implemented quickly by pulling from examples in other cities. And I know Cheney and Brad and JJ have examples as well.
I'm going to go to the city manager first. Then I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. Dean Koeninger, and then the fire chief. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I think underscoring this topic that Dan Folk raised, as to whether these are just general seating areas or specific to businesses, underlying that is the discussion of liquor licensing and whether it's envisioned here that there will be some sort of expanded licensed premises to enable people to consume outside. And if so, I think that presupposes that it would be specific to businesses. I don't know if that's a topic that needs to be further explored. And I'm sure other staff members have thoughts on that, as probably does our city attorney and our city clerk. I just want to suggest that may be a talking point in this discussion as well. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we could keep this simple. I believe it was about putting tables or accommodations in public space. And I'm not sure that, I believe, Terry, you put some cafe tables in Heritage Square a year or so ago. And I don't think you needed to be permitted from that. But closing the roads, I understand the concern. But if we could just keep it simple and maybe learn as we go along, and just get it up and running, and be nimble and flexible. Thank you.
I agree, Ms. Whelan. I totally love Mr. Folk's idea about the open seating and just putting the tables out there. I do think, though, that if there's going to be alcohol that goes outside of those businesses would have to be permitted, and the alcohol would have to be in a permitted area. I'm going to go to our risk manager, and then I'm going to go back to our fire chief.
Thank you, Mayor, distinguished council members. Dean Kokenauer, your risk manager. The first time risk had seen this has just occurred in the last 24 hours. And I can tell you from a risk perspective, one of the things that comes to mind is this City Council has just recently approved the changing of insurance carriers and the increasing of our self-insured retention or deductible to $250,000 per claim. Anytime we put motorized vehicles immediately adjacent to the public, there's an absolute concern that there may be an impaired driver that would potentially careen into a number of a number of our citizens. So I'm not saying that this is not something that's doable, but I think there are some major thought processes that need to be thought through before we go forward. Thank you.
Fire Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mark Gaylord, your Fire Chief. I just wanted to chime in. We also recently become aware of some of the specifics you're seeing tonight very recently. I want to let you know that the Community Risk Reduction Division of the Fire Department is ready to sit down and work with our team here at Team Flagstaff and work through some of these issues. I will tell you that a quick search lets us know that many of the communities that were referenced already in Colorado have the same fire code that we have in our community, and so that gives us cause to think that we'll have the same ability to support something unique like this. That's all that I have, Mayor.
Mayor, Council, thank you. I appreciated you mentioning, Mayor, about the service of alcohol. If any individual businesses wanted to serve alcohol, they would have to apply for an extension of their outdoor premises where they might typically serve alcohol, and that's an individual business process, not through the city.
Okay. Mr. Aslan, did you want to verbalize your remark?
Yeah, and I apologize if I missed this earlier, but I was just wondering if we could revisit, was there a conversation or a part of the presentation specifically about the types of barricades to be used? For example, metal gates versus concrete retainers.
There was a picture of some of the pink barricades that we've seen before. I would say, and I see a picture of the metal fencing, I would really say that that has to do with some weed, details that perhaps, since we've given direction on this, our risk manager has weighed in, fire's weighed in, I'm sure police will weigh in. I'm sure they're going to come back with the appropriate barricades that we need.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not sure that we need to talk about the different types of barricades.
I agree with you, Mayor. I'm not trying to get into the weeds on this. I was just wondering if I missed that part of the conversation or not. And if that hasn't happened yet, I look forward to hearing what the recommendations are.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, I just had one last question. It's concerning the downtown visioning plan, what the timeline is for completion and presenting that to the City Council. Thank you.
Who can take that question? Is that the city manager or Ms. Modeska?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman Odegaard, this is Terry Medexa. We are well underway with the downtown vision. I will let Brad speak to this, but our plan is to bring the consultant team to council when you return from your summer break sometime in August. And we will continue to work throughout the fall, and we can come back to council. And then we are looking to have a plan by the end of the year. Brad, is that, do you have more to add to that?
Terry, that remains our schedule at this point. We have a fair amount of community engagement yet to do, so we're going to be looking for council's help with some online survey techniques, and then we are expecting to get to Flagstaff one way or the other, August, September. So correct. We're hoping by the end of the year that we'll deliver the plan.
Thank you.
City Manager, do you feel like you have what you need?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And again, thanks to all for a thoughtful discussion. We very purposefully got this on tonight's agenda. We know and recognize that, of course, that it just was presented to staff yesterday. And as noted at the outset, it was just presented to the Flagstaff DVA board on Friday. So it's moving quickly. There's no question. But we wanted to be deliberate in getting it to you for discussion tonight, and then likely getting back to you on next week's agenda. That will be your last one before adjourning into your summer recess, at least with a follow-up. If there are no action items needed next week, it'll just be a follow-up with some more details. If there are any decisions to be made, we'll get those on the agenda for next week as well. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move forward then on the next agenda item. Thank you so much. And we'll take a break after the next agenda item. So we are at agenda item number 9. This is adoption and renewal of public safety development fees. And who kicks this off? Was this Mr. Tatter?
Mayor, this is Stacy Salzberg. Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. We actually have item 8, which is the Flagstaff reentry plan.
I completely skipped that. So I'm going to go back to that. That's what I meant to say. So we're going to take a break after this particular item. Item number 8, discussion of the City of Flagstaff reentry plan. I believe this is Mr. Clifton.
Thank you. I will introduce it, but I think Mr. Folk or his whoever's delegated by him will be presenting their. My introduction on this is to go no further than to say we do have a reentry plan, a reentry team. We've been quite busy addressing a number of things. The topic tonight is probably going to be a little more specific to the temporary use permits that has been broached with council, and this is a bit of a follow-up to that. It looks like Shannon Anderson will be kicking this off. She has been at the helm of that reentry team. Shannon, thank you.
Amy, it looks like we've got potential ballot measures up. Could you pull up the reentry plan document? If not, I can certainly. Let me try and get out of here and get it back, or if you'd like to start, Shannon. I've got it up, so let's see if we can.
I see it. Thank you.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, we're here today to talk about the reentry plan. You adopted this a few weeks back. Today, specifically, we'll be looking at temporary use permits, the site-specific plans, and the language on masks. At this point, Tiffany Antal from Community Development is going to go over the temporary use permits.
Thank you, Shannon, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Just really quickly, I wanted to address the types of temporary uses that generally involve some level of public attendance. So in the zoning code now, the temporary use permit section calls out the following uses that you will see on the slideshow, including concerts, carnivals, farmers markets, flea markets, vehicle sales, and other special events. This group is all congregated together and has the same requirements applying to all of these specific uses. Separate from that are food vendors, typically what we call food trucks, but they're not always trucks. And then, of course, we have merchandise and service vendors, people who sell various different things in parking lots. There's also a provision for indoor special public events, although it doesn't really tell you what triggers an indoor special event from just a regular activity within a building. And I can't say that we've actually issued a lot of temporary use permits for this particular activity. Also, any temporary outdoor retail activities, excluding seasonal sales, such as Christmas trees or pumpkins. And then just as a note, I've added the similar temporary activities. So the planning director does have the ability to throw similar uses into a temporary use permit. A perfect example of this would be allowing a parking lot as seating for the public, for example, which is something that that folks have been talking with us about over time. You know, how can we add more space to cafes or restaurants that need additional outdoor seating? Next slide, please. All right, so from the direction that we talked about last week in terms of events and working with our local health officials, staff has reached out to our local Coconino County Parks and Recreation Department to talk about with them how they're handling events. So tonight we're planning on providing you a couple different phasing options for how to handle these events, especially the concerts and carnivals and farmers markets portion of the code, which requires compliance with public safety. So again, like I said, I'm going to present you 3 different options. Would love to hear back from council on the option that you feel is best. And then we'll continue to work with the county health department to ensure that we can receive adequate endorsement. Starting off though, the County Parks and Rec has worked with the county health department, and currently they are working under the previous CDC guidelines for events, which are based on the level of transmission in the community. And of course, this level of transmission is determined by the Coconino County Health Services. And then the event permitting guidelines. So you can see here that during a substantial level of transmission, there would be no events permitted. In the minimal to moderate range, which is where we are considered now, or last I checked with the Health Services Division, it was allowing events up to 250 people that provide for clear physical distancing. And in the none to minimal range, events with up to 250 people were still providing COVID precautions and limiting the ability of groups of 10 to congregate. And of course, they break out in their phasing plan the none, there are no cases, and then when there's available vaccine. So of course, they're allowing events over 250 when there are no cases, and when the available vaccine is available, moving to pre-COVID conditions. So if we could move to the next slide, please. Option 2 is to follow for TUP the existing City of Flagstaff reentry plan phasing for events on city property. So most of you are familiar with this, just going through it really quick, broken into phase 1, phase 2, 3, and 4. We are currently in phase 2. So phase 1 is gatherings of no more than 10 people, does not change for phase 2. Phase 3, we have gatherings of more than 50 people are postponed, but the City Council may allow events up to 250 people with adherence to CDC guidelines. And of course, phase 4 is return to pre-COVID conditions. Next slide, please. This last slide is basically an alternative that staff is taking the 2 options previously presented and combined. At this point, most people are comfortable in this particular option. I have vetted this internally. So at the substantial level of transmission, and again, we determine that level of transmission by working with the health services, Coconino County Health Services. So it's substantial, there would be no events permitted. At the minimal to moderate rate, we would allow events with up to 50 people that provide for clear physical distancing. And then in the none to minimal range, we would have events up to 250 people with the COVID precautions as identified in the CDC and Arizona Department of Health guidelines. And then, of course, when there's a vaccine, we would return to pre-COVID conditions. So let's go to the next slide. So when working with the Coconino County Parks and Rec Department, they had already really established some great precautionary guidelines for events. So they are requiring events to essentially provide, through their permitting process, provide a public health precautions plan. So our plan would be to create an addendum to our temporary use permit application that requires a public health precaution plan. Not all of these guidelines would apply to every event. Every event would have to be treated on a case-by-case basis. So these guidelines would consider the social distancing, participants 6 foot social distancing, how the site's marking, the site uses markings, distancing at lines, entrances, concessions, event participants, and spectator areas. A plan to limit in-person contact, for example, cash handling, points of sale, sign-in areas, registrations, bag checks. Transmission barriers, so removing communal items, encouraging touchless pay, restroom cleaning and disinfecting protocols, and for larger events, a restroom attendant would be recommended. Surface cleaning and disinfecting protocols, hand washing and or alcohol hand sanitizer station locations and amounts. Next slide. The COVID-19 precaution signage plan to include hygiene practices, physical distance, and concerns about feeling ill, a precaution enforcement plan, as well as a pre-event communication plan asking participants to take safety measures, including wearing masks, bringing hand sanitizer. There would be what would be the requirement for masks for the event goers, for event staffs and vendors, and all of the people affiliated with the event itself, a plan for screening measures, an action plan for suspected positives, and then an operation plan for suspected COVID-19 carrier at an event. Next slide, please. And then additional information may be requested by the City of Flagstaff to ensure public safety. So depending, temporary use permits are like a pop quiz every day. Everything is different and unique, and every site is unique. So we might require something special or different for one event over another. So this would just allow us to make those requests. And then per the permit addendum and conditions of approval, the City of Flagstaff will retain the right to ask for modifications, postponements, or cancellations of an event should COVID-19 public health conditions change, because clearly it's changing every day. Yesterday, we had a new executive order, which is why staff is feeling more comfortable with going with option 3 at this point in terms of temporary use permits. And with that, this concludes the temporary use permit portion of this part of the presentation, and would love feedback from the council on where to go from here with temporary use permits.
Before we take comments, I want to ask our city attorney to weigh in with regards to this temporary use permit and the different options based off of what the governor said yesterday in his executive order.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, the executive order that came from the governor yesterday, 2020-43, limits gatherings to anything under 50, and even then, I really appreciate Tiffany's reference to TUPs are like a pop quiz every day, because facts and layouts and areas and numbers of people and all of that, every single application is different. No two are alike. So as a result, staff can also rely on that executive order with respect to groups of 50, anything over 50 very easily. But also, I would recommend going with option number 3 here. We anticipate, obviously, that you're going to be out with your summer break until after June 27th, when that executive order has an end date. So as a result, I would recommend option 3, and I just wanted to make it clear that actually provided a very clear guidance, a bit of guidance to staff on this as well.
So I'm just going to ask you to clarify, what was the governor's executive order? What did it say about groups of 50 and less? And then I'm going to go to Mr. Clifton next, and then Ms. Whelan.
My apologies for not being clearer on that. The governor essentially ordered that cities and towns, counties, local jurisdictions have the authority to essentially curtail or prohibit events of 50 or more, and arguably even down to groups of 10, depending on the way that you read the order. We've sought some additional clarification on that, and we'll continue to do so, but there's no question 50 or above, counties, cities, local authorities can clearly regulate based upon that, pointing directly to the governor's order. That is extremely clear. Anything between 10 and 50, arguably, depending on the circumstances of whatever the request is or whatever the situation is, we basically have something that we can point to in that EO to say the governor has said we can take that into consideration too if we don't believe social distancing can be accomplished in a good way.
Thank you, City Attorney. Mr. Clifton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Consistency is important, and I think Sterling's comments following that of those comments of Tiffany make a lot of sense, that the third option might be very convenient because it just happens to be consistent with what we heard from the governor's office yesterday. On the subject of consistency, too, I want to point out to Council or remind Council that this particular topic of temporary use permits is before you rather gratuitously by community development. We've recognized the importance to have our administrative functions and decisions be consistent with what we're hearing from Council. Council has given us great guidance on many aspects of our reentry plan, but the temporary use permit is something that is a bit of an independent function within the organization. So I want to commend community development and others on the reentry team for placing this matter before the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Can staff put option 3, the slide for that, back up so Council can see it? Ms. Whelan?
So a few questions first, and I would like to commend the staff in getting this turned around so quickly and doing that partnership with the county. So my first question, option 1, is that what the county uses right now?
Good evening, Councilmember Whelan. That is correct, as of our last communication, which was a week and a half ago. So that's prior to the most recent executive order.
Thank you. And option 2, you had something in there that said back to council, that it would come back to council.
This is our existing reentry plan phasing for events on city property. So these are the special use permits, not to be confused with temporary use.
Okay, thank you. So my comments are option 3 just really meets our needs, I believe, 100%. I like the way that you brought the COVID precautions guidelines that are used by the county. They're great guidelines, and we'll be using the same thing. So that idea of some consistency for our promoters or for our people who are setting things up with city and county is an excellent idea. So I see option 3 as the one to support. So thank you very much.
Mr. Odegaard?
Concerning the levels of transmission with benchmarks of substantial or minimal to moderate, et cetera, where does that come from? Is that something new from the county, or maybe someone can explain that? Thank you.
Good evening, Councilmember Odegaard, Tiffany Antal. The level of transmission rates are definitions from the CDC guidelines.
And so we're going to use that as our benchmark?
In this case, again, using the combination of the two, and not wanting to confuse this too much with the reentry plan, wanted to stay away from the phases but stick with the level of transmission rates that we could confer with the county. So if something should change while council's on break or for any other reason, we could work through the process administratively.
Okay, and then follow up is, what level are we at as a community of Flagstaff?
Our last verification, which has been about a week and a half ago, was we are in the minimal to moderate rate of transmission.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we could get updates concerning the level of transmission in the community, because I have no idea. But as far as direction, I think option 3 helps create the consistency that I'm always talking about for the last several weeks. And so I'm fine with option 3. So thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tiffany, for the update and your work on this. So I'm just wondering, how does the risk of COVID spreading at events and gatherings, that little chart, overlay into how we rate our current levels of transmission?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
So on the second page of the event safety considerations and public health precautionary guidelines checklist, there's that little, the third page, there's that yellow box that we talked about a couple weeks ago, or the last time we spoke about this at council, and it breaks down low risk events from more risk, higher risk, and highest risk. And one of the key pieces here was outside attendees, or attendees from outside the local area. And so I'm just wondering, how does that play into our calculations?
So those are the current CDC guidelines right now. We're relying on the older CDC guidelines because they provide us with a clearer level of communication with the county health department. It's an easier conversation to have rather than trying to determine risk based on those new standards. The new standards would require us to know in advance if people are attending from out of the area, which might be harder to assess and might be, I'm assuming that most events are going to say they will only have locals attending, but I'm not sure that they can guarantee that. Nor would we, we wouldn't stop an event in the middle of the event based on that information. So in order to assess an event before it happens, it's easier to use the older CDC guidelines to determine the number. These guidelines also don't help give us that rounded number. So we're trying to rely on the original CDC guidelines. And of course, the newest executive order helps support that as well. I hope that answers your question.
It does. It is a little concerning to me just because I think most events we have in Flagstaff, we can assume outsiders are coming in. I hope event organizers would be truthful about that. But regardless, so we're currently in the moderate stage, or minimal moderate stage, and so we're talking about events up to 50 people, correct?
That's option 1. In option 3, we're talking about 50 people.
Okay. So Mayor, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on this, but I'm kind of leaning towards that being an okay thing. And then if it won't drop to minimal while we're on break, would you be able to readjust the game plan without it coming before council, or how would that work?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, we would try to check in weekly with the public health department in order to assess what range of transmission that we're in. So making sure that we're either holding steady or if there's any changes. And of course, if any new executive orders should occur in the meantime, then we would also address those as well. But working off of the level of transmission rates gives us more flexibility on the administrative range rather than working on when council decides or the mayor decides that we are moving into other phases of the reentry plan, which has different metrics affiliated with it.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry to jump in without commenting to ask for that. Thank you. One of those pieces that I wanted to address was just that, whether or not you as the mayor during the council break would be able to give the okay to go to a different phase or whatnot. And that would be, if council so directs here today, that would be okay.
Okay, thank you. I need the rest of council to weigh in on this. So I'm looking to hear from Mr. McCarthy, and then if Councilmember Aslan and Councilmember Salas could also join, that'd be appreciated. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. It's not absolutely clear to me how we determine level of transmission, substantial, minimal to moderate, etc. But I will go along with option 3. And I believe that if there's a need to make some changes while we're on council break, that I would trust the mayor to make those decisions, which is addressing Mr. Solomon's question. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Ms. Salas. Excuse me. I'm going to go to Mr. Aslan, followed by Ms. Salas.
I'll be brief. I'm okay with option 3.
Okay. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support option 3, and I will support the mayor's authority and decision moving forward. I would appreciate a heads up if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to also weigh in and give my support to you having that ability while we're on break, and also echo Ms. Salas's comments about communication. Thank you.
Okay. So then I'm going to circle back to Mr. Odegaard and then Ms. Whelan with regards to giving me the opportunity to make that call while we're on break. I believe that 4 people have weighed in, but I'd like to have all of council weigh in on that. Mr. Odegaard?
So are you asking and concerning about the phasing, moving to phase 3?
No, we're currently, it looks like there has been a council majority for option 3. I would be in with that. I'm excited to see council moving that direction. The discussion now would be that if, while we're on break, if there's the opportunity, if we go to minimal or none, for us to be able to move out of the minimal to moderate category into a different category, or if we go to substantial, to move that direction. That's what the conversation is right now.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, and there would be Ms. Whelan. I see that you indicate your yes. Can you verbalize that?
Yes, Mayor, of course.
Thank you.
I would agree to that.
Thank you. Mr. Aslan?
Madam Mayor, I definitely trust your judgment to make that call.
I appreciate that. I believe we have council direction on this particular discussion that's part of the overall discussion. City Manager, do you feel that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Council. There's some inherent confusion in all these discussions. It's just inescapable because we're talking about the TUP process here, and then we're also talking about the reentry plan, which is predicated upon different phases. Then we tie these things to CDC guidelines, which themselves are changing, and then we try to, of course, overlay that with the governor's executive orders, which have also been changing. So I think we have clear direction, and I just want to note for a statement of the obvious here that this stuff is just inherently confusing. There's just no way to simplify it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know there's 2 more items that staff wanted to discuss with regards to our re-entry plan. Ms. Whelan, did you have a comment now, or did you want to wait till the end?
Thank you, Mayor. I would be happy to wait to the end.
Okay. So we are going to move on to site-specific plans, and I believe there's one other thing, and then we have more council discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Shannon Anderson. Site-specific plans have been developed, and they would be implemented after the city moves to Phase 3. The site-specific plans covers our libraries, both downtown as well as the East Branch, and then recreation programs and facilities, such as Josie Montoya, Hal Jensen, Jay Lively, ice skating, Seiler Homes, Recreation Center, the Aquaplex. So there's one in there for each of the facilities and then also for the athletic programs. There's a multi-tiered approach, and the tiers really focus on the numbers of individuals that may be admitted. This has been taken into consideration based on the size of the facility or the types of programs that they would be running during that particular tier. It also goes over the hours of operation to make sure that there's enough time for staff to be cleaning and disinfecting the location in between uses and before and after opening. There's also entrance requirements, such as individuals would be required to maybe show a library card, or they would need to be wearing a mask and use hand sanitizer upon entrance. There is information about access to specific areas and or programs. So for example, in the library, they might have the computers open for individuals to use in Tier 1, but the children's toys may not be available. Same thing, at the Aquaplex, they may have the weightlifting area open, but they wouldn't have the child care facilities available. And then each tier also talks about cleaning and disinfecting, not only in the site-specific plan, but it also talks about signage that would be placed in the facility. So individuals know that if they're going to use the restroom, how often that's being cleaned, so they can determine if they want to use it while they're visiting that facility or not. And then the last piece is we realize that these plans they're a living document. They're going to evolve as we learn more through individuals at the CDC or maybe our partners that are already open and operating. And so any updates to these site-specific plans would be posted on the city's website. We have a COVID area where the reentry plan is currently located, and this information would be included there. The last topic for today is masks. Currently, we have the proclamation. This is summary, of course, but we must wear a face covering when in a public place, except when able to maintain social distancing, if there is a medical condition or a disability, if the individual has religious beliefs that prevent them from wearing the mask, if the individual is eating or drinking, or if there is a reason that they're exempted under law to wear the mask, or when not practicable or feasible. And so when you look at our reentry plan, the current employee language says the employees wear a mask when they are in a public area. This could be including outside of their office, when they're meeting with others, maybe they're riding in a vehicle with others to a meeting or to a workplace, and then of course when in contact with the public. Employees do not have to wear a mask when they're working alone in their office. If they're able to, again, physical distance 6 feet or further from one another. If they're working in a fire station because these areas are closed down to the public. If they're driving alone in a city vehicle, and if they're outside, and again, being able to adhere to social distancing guidelines. Employees who are unable to wear a mask, or if their job duties are impeded by wearing a mask. For instance, if we have a police officer who is wearing glasses so that his body cam is able to be seen, sometimes a mask can cause those to fog up, and so that may be a reason that the employee might not be able to wear one for that particular incident. But again, they would be working with their supervisor in human resources about those accommodations. Current customer language that you'll see throughout the reentry plan states that the public is encouraged to wear masks when entering city facilities. When there is an in-person meeting with a customer, a mask is required since they will be in close contact. And then again, customers are encouraged to use hand sanitizer and wear a mask
when entering some of our other site-specific planned facilities. So the reason we wanted to bring this up is, again, to see, is that language adequate, given, again, the proclamation that we've developed, or would we like to see something more strong in the particular reentry plan? So those are our 3 topics for today, and we'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council. Mr. Odegaard?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Since we just had the discussion concerning, the level that we're at minimal to moderate, then to me, I think we should start having the discussion of moving into phase 3 of the entry plan. Is that seem to me make sense of where we're going? Because maybe the city manager could explain.
I'd be glad to, Madam Mayor. May I jump in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. This is right on point with the layers of confusion that I was just referencing. As we talk about the reentry plan, we need to, I guess, kind of detach for the moment of the previous discussion we just had on temporary use permits, and just focus on what our criteria is in the reentry plan, and to bring council back to a discussion that occurred, I think now 3 weeks ago with Dr. Ingelthaler. We were given direction to modify our criteria regarding the various phases of the reentry plan. So that is currently still on the books, Council Member Odegaard, and that modified criteria is one. I do not have it in front of me, but it's one that is premised upon a 4-week trajectory, as we see from the dashboard data, with respect to new cases, with respect to hospitalization and capacity, which of course is now once again, unfortunately, a growing concern in Arizona, and also with respect to a rather unquantified criteria that speaks to community compliance with the social distancing and CDC guidelines. Without getting too much further into the weeds on that, I think I can say with comfort, or with confidence rather, that we're not close to that third phase being triggered at this point with those criteria in mind. We are trending in a different direction. We are nearing concerns once again with things like hospital capacity. I'm not speaking specifically to our Flagstaff medical facilities, but just as a general statement. And there you have it. I think, thank you, whoever put this up. What you have in front of you now, Council, is the criteria as modified for bringing us into the next phase 3. Phase 3 on the reentry plan will bring us back into our facilities. It will unlock some doors, but that goes back then to the previous discussion of just a moment ago by Shannon, talking about the site-specific plans. All those are assuming we're in phase 3. So we'll start talking about things like opening up the library and opening up the rec center. And what you're hearing from staff is that reopening, even with phase 3 in place, will still be a tiered approach. We cannot open these facilities just across the board and get back to business as usual. There are uniquities with some of our facilities, i.e. rec facilities, aquaplex, library, that require us to take extra caution and have some capacity constraints and some additional protocols and guidelines to make sure that even when our doors are unlocked, these facilities are operating in a safe way. Councilmember Odegaard, I tried to navigate through some of the confusion there, and I hope it made sense. I'm glad to answer any follow-up questions that you may have.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. Just by our own guidelines here for our community, especially when you got the number of cases, I'm not sure we'll ever get to phase 3. But, you know, I don't know. I'm still confused by the process. I'm still confused by the consistency of everything. I am not going to weigh in on that, but going back to the face coverings, which was the last part of the discussion with the presentation, I would prefer to use more stronger language than just encourage concerning face coverings. I think it would be best that everyone should do their best in wearing face coverings unless there's a medical condition, et cetera, as was put in the proclamation. That would be my suggestion. I think, you know, yes, it would be good to encourage, but I think it also would be best that everyone do their best to comply. I hate to use the word mandatory, but, you know, maybe that might be the word. You know, in my business, pretty much everyone's wearing a face mask, unless they're from outside the community that are not aware of the ask of to wear a face mask. And I think tying the proclamation with our language of dealing with customers, et cetera, I think needs to be consistent. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ms. Whalen.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you for this presentation. I really appreciate the clarity here. I support both aspects of this, and I think you've thought this well out. So I do say thank you for your mindfulness here.
Council? Ms. Salas? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to the Vice Mayor, then I'm going to go to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy City Manager Anderson, for the update and your work on this. Ms. Anderson, can you tell me more about the exception around working in a fire station?
Yes, Vice Mayor Shimoni. Previously, some of the fire stations would allow for public to enter. Since COVID has occurred, they have closed down that access to the fire stations, and it's only those individuals who are actually working that shift that would be in the firehouse. And since it's only that particular crew, they're able to maintain the cleanliness and the distancing that's required to keep that a safe place for them. We didn't think that it was similar to some of the other facilities where additional individuals would be coming in. That wouldn't be until later in the reentry plan. And the fire department does have more specifics on that if you'd like to hear further from the fire chief.
When we treat the fire stations and the employees there the same way we treat like city staff at City Hall, in the terms of like if they're in their own offices, they can not be wearing a mask, but if they are in a public, setting with each other, wouldn't it just be best practice for them to be wearing a mask if they're socializing?
I think it's a little bit harder because they share kitchen space, they share living room space. I mean, they're living in this facility for their 48-hour shift. And so, again, we felt that since there isn't going to be more people coming into the station like there is City Hall, that we would not have to require them to wear masks.
Okay, it is concerning to me, but maybe that's just me. Okay, so my other question is, when we talk about people are encouraged to wear a mask when entering a city facility, when we do go into phase 3, whenever that might be, are we still going to be addressing those who don't wear a mask the same way by dealing with them over a call or however it is, but not allowing them in?
Yes, if there's an individual that doesn't want to wear a mask, that is needing to meet with city staff, we would be able to set up a virtual meeting or be able to converse with them over the phone. If they're at the counter, there is, the dividers that are there, but we are still asking for folks to wear masks. That signage would be included on the front door, similar to what you're seeing in other businesses now that are open.
And then I am interested to learn more about how we're planning to handle our Aquaplex and J Lively Center and other sports, environment kind of facilities. But maybe now is not the right time to dive into that. I'm not too sure.
Well, that information is included in the site-specific plan. John Wilson is available to answer questions about those site-specific plans if you have them.
Okay, I do not at the moment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to go to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to commend everyone on staff who developed the site-specific plans, and of course the and what goes within each plan. It provides so much clarity. It's easy to follow in terms of being specific to the operation of the facility and the customers or our citizens who use these facilities. So, and I also appreciate that it's fluid and flexible as implementation move forward into 3 different tiers. So just thank you to staff, and you can count on me in terms of communicating this to our citizens as we navigate this re-entry together, to physically distant. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Aslan. I have a question.
Actually, I have a couple questions. What was the age restrictions limitation on mask wearing?
So the age restrictions on my proclamation was 5 years and up. I believe the county actually has theirs at 2 years of age. Mm-hmm. The reason why I picked 5, myself and the city attorney had a conversation about this. It's my understanding that it's easier to really reason with a 5-year-old than it would be a 2-year-old. You might have some 2-year-olds that are a little bit more headstrong with regards to having a covering on. Then also myself as a mom, I felt it was very difficult for a 2-year-old to determine that maybe they were having a problem breathing, and maybe they needed to take their mask off or something like that. Mm-hmm. So I felt more comfortable with a 5-year-old wearing their mask than I did a 2-year-old. But perhaps the city attorney can weigh in on what that means, because the county's is at 2.
Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, the reasoning behind that, and across the board, you see a lot of different numbers, but the prevailing number was around 5 or 6 years old by other cities and towns within the city of Arizona, for many of the reasons that the mayor has already stated. And that's why that ended up in the proclamation.
Well, thank you for covering that, pun intended. I agree with those stipulations as well. I also agree with Councilmember Odegaard. I think he said that it'd be nice to put a little more emphasis on the public being required, unless otherwise exempted, to wear masks when entering city facilities. And the reason I say that is because, these exemptions, from my mind, I think you could probably drive a fire truck through some of them, when it comes to your own personal medical evaluation and religious practices and concerns. So, just putting that extra little emphasis there, I think is appropriate, especially within our city spaces.
City Attorney?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I would agree. In fact, that's my recommendation from a legal perspective. You have a proclamation that requires masks unless you meet an exception. That needs to be consistent in our reentry plan.
I also just want to add another comment, because, and I think maybe this will even be to the city manager, I'm not sure, but we have gotten numerous emails now about places where people are the businesses are not taking the initiative to even post a sign saying that masks are required, or they are acting as if there is not a requirement for masks. There is a grocery store here in town, for example, that told a customer that it's not their job, and they don't even have a sign posted saying that masks should be worn. I have been directing people to call the non-emergency number, which is 928-774-1414 for the Flagstaff Police Department, to call those in. But I do think that we are getting a lot of emails from individuals. I'm wondering what we can do to be even more proactive with some of our businesses in town. Because I think if the business were to simply put up a sign, most people would comply and say if you need to have a mask to come in. But you have one or two businesses in town that I do not feel are taking this as seriously as they need to.
Heidi Hansen, are you available? I think that there's some work that your team's been doing to help proactively, I believe it was with window clings, about masking responsibly. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Deputy. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Shannon just read my mind. We do have the window clings. The please stay, play, distance, and mask responsibly available at our visitor center, and our visitor center is open 7 days a week, and any business can come in at any time and pick up the window clings that they need. And we also have some our park flag staff are helping the DBA and their clean team to go to the businesses in downtown where it's walkable. Of course, they'll be wearing a mask and offering those to businesses to put up in their windows and places like that as well. So please note that they're available for pickup. And then in areas like our grocery stores and places like that, our staff is meeting tomorrow for our regular production meeting, and we're trying to decide how we can get or to see if a place like Safeway, who already has put up all their plexiglass at their registers and also at their entries, if they would be willing to put those up as well. There's different rules for corporations than there are for a business that is locally owned and operated. So, and I see that Councilmember Whelan is saying that she has no windows at her place of business. So we are happy to figure out some other ideas, or if you have some recommendations, just let us know, and we are happy to help accommodate. Thank you.
I see the Vice Mayor has a comment, but I want to circle back and just say that I appreciate all the work that your department is doing, Heidi, when it comes to the window cleans and making sure that the businesses in our more concentrated efforts know what's happening, even reaching out to, for example, Safeway, which I think is doing everything right and really has been since the beginning of this pandemic. I want to talk about the businesses, though, that are just not in compliance, right? And how it is that we can take a more active approach. I realize that staff time is extremely important. I don't know if this is code enforcement. I don't know if this is a police issue. I see that we have, for example, our parking aides, our parking police civilian aides that go around, and they are the ones that are issuing, parking tickets because our officers, are doing other things. Perhaps one of them can be utilized for 1 week, and they can physically go to, the other grocery store that's kind of over there by Schweitzer Canyon and just have a chat. Because the conversation is that the businesses don't get the ticket per se, but the individual not wearing the mask does. And they get a warning first and then they get a ticket. I just think that if an officer showed up in uniform or someone showed up in uniform and really had a heart-to-heart talk with some of these businesses that are not adhering to the policy, it would go a long way. And I'm not sure that that is CVB's responsibility. So I kind of asked that question of the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Yeah, this is a tough one, but I think the approach that has been discussed thus far is a very good one, which is to try to encourage the businesses to use the window clings and other means of getting this out, and then also working through our associations to try to get it out. We're just, I think, within a week's time of the proclamation, Mayor and Council, and I think going into this, that there was an understanding at the least that we would try to educate initially and get the word out, do a lot of public outreach prior to getting too heavy-handed with it. That said, we recognize that the complaints are coming in, and we also recognize that it is a requirement of the businesses. And I think the city attorney wants to speak a little bit more to that.
City attorney.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure everyone is aware that under the actual proclamation itself, the word is a shall, that private businesses shall enforce the proclamation by asking any person failing to comply to leave the premises. That's as far as it goes. The business owners aren't liable for members of the public who stay in violation without a mask on. Of course, they can ask them to leave, which is another matter under the law, but they do have a requirement of asking people to mask up or leave.
And so I guess I just want to circle back and say, definitely we were saying that we want to help educate our public and educate our business owners as to what the proclamation says and what the requirement is. I'm not suggesting that we not do that. What I'm saying is that some of the emails we are getting, you have people who have walked up to the managers of businesses or to business owners and said, hey, that person's not wearing a mask. Can you please let them know about the requirement? And they're being told by the business owner or by the manager that they do not have the requirement to do that and they don't want to do that. I think that's a completely different thing, right? And so I do think we need to do maybe more outreach as to what the requirement is of the business, especially if we are trying to make sure that we're doing this masking. So we try to get to the point where we can open up stuff in our community and we can go back to at least a new, a more sense of normal than we're currently experiencing. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I saw that Chief Musselman rose his hand. Maybe we can take his comment first.
I did not see that. I'm sorry, Chief Musselman. I did not see your hand at all. Mr. Musselman, Chief Musselman.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. We can certainly head on over there and we'll send somebody a little higher ranking than a police aide to have a chat with the management. But I do appreciate the city attorney weighing in. Our enforcement options are a little bit limited, but the public safety message is clear to ask them to be good stewards to our community. So we'll take care of that.
Thank you, Musselman.
Thank you, Chief. Basically, Mayor, my comments were the same as yours. I was just wondering if a different approach was needed, given, that it's a intentional, conscious decision not to comply with the ordinance. And I think that Chief's approach, will be fruitful, and I'm open to any other ideas that anyone has. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe that we have pretty much given direction on this. If there's no more and the city manager feels okay, I'm going to go back to Ms. Whelan because Ms. Whelan wants to talk about, has a comment about the overall plan, I believe. City manager, are you okay with the discussion and have the information you need?
Yes, we're taking good notes, and thank you again.
Okay. Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you all for a great discussion. And I agree, Heidi, you've been doing you and your team an excellent job. Of course, I was confused with the word cling, and you helped straighten me out, which I appreciate. But back to my point, as I look over this beautiful re-entry plan, I noticed that in phase 2, we speak about outdoor sports courts, amenities, opening, tennis courts, skate parks, and it goes on. And I sense that the piece of that is about being outdoor. So when I look at our phase 3, again, I do not see anything, in my mind, what is lacking in phase 2 and phase 3 is the word fields. And so what I would like council to consider is that we put the word fields back into our phase 2 within the parameters of the same thing we would use for a temporary use permit. So they show a plan. It's 50 members or below, and they go through all of that planning and scrutiny for the use of our fields. So that's what I wanted to bring up. That's what I would like council to consider. And thank you for the time.
Council? Council, any thoughts, comments on what Ms. Whelan has said?
I'm feeling so alone.
I think you're kind of alone. You know, Ms. Whelan, I just want to say that I do appreciate that you saying that. And I do think that we need to really have a conversation. I'm not sure where that conversation goes. I know yesterday during his press conference, the governor said there was a question asked very directly about youth sports, all youth sports, right? Baseball, soccer, fields. And the governor said that there should be no youth sports at this time. And I think that was very hard for all of us to hear. So I do recognize what you're saying, you know, being outdoors. And at some point, we do need to figure out where they go, our fields go within this plan. I'm just not sure that we have the information yet. And that might be why council is silent.
So, Mayor, I appreciate what you said. I'm not so sure that I am even talking about youth sports. What I'm speaking about are outdoor facilities. In every aspect in phase 3, we have opened them. I mean, in phase 2, except for fields. And so, I'm just throwing that out for a discussion. I don't think I'm speaking about organized sports, but thank you for bringing that up.
And so I see that Ms. Anderson has said that we do have somebody who can speak about athletics, but the conversation is not really about organized sports. It's about access to the fields. It's the way I understand you saying it, right?
Yes, because I'm sorry, Mayor. We haven't had that discussion about organized sports, but we certainly left out our fields in phase 2 and phase 3 from what I'm reading.
Okay, and I think we should have a conversation about that. You know, it's my understanding that our fields were never closed to begin with. It's just that we did not permit organized sports. And maybe I have that wrong. So if somebody from Parks and Recreation can speak to whether or not our fields are open, I think that would be helpful. And to what it is that Ms. Whelan is asking. And then I do see other council members want to weigh in. Ms. Anderson, is there someone who can speak to that question?
Yes, John Wilson is on the line. John, can you help with the questions about fields as well as athletics?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. John Wilson, Recreation Manager for the City of Flagstaff. The fields have never been closed, as the Mayor mentioned. Those have always been open for drop-in use, and hopefully people are social distancing. So if a family wants to go out and throw a ball around. So fields have never been closed since the beginning of the pandemic. When it comes to organized sports, it's not specifically spelled out in the reentry plan, but under phase 3, it does mention special events and permitted activities on city property, and that's what covers organized sports. We had this discussion, I think, back in May, which seems like months ago. But so that is a permitted activity for organized sports. So that's where the organized sports fall under the reentry plan. But fields were not mentioned also because they have always remained open for drop-in use.
Well, then I would just suggest that we, in phase 2, in the next rendition, we put the word fields in there. Thank you for that clarity.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor and then Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Whelan, for bringing this up. If I'm understanding you correctly, it's almost like we're talking about a phase 2.5, right, of our plan that really kind of sets in place the guidelines for how we open in that tiered approach between 2 and 3 in our reopening plan. And if I understand you correctly, I fully support that. I think that, you know, as we heard from the Dr. Ingelthaler a while back, everything is possible. It's about setting up the plan and having a good plan in place of which we can move forward with, and just take things incrementally and take things, you know, slowly. I see the city manager has a clarification. Mayor, is that towards me, or is that something different, do you think?
I think it's towards you, because I'm confused about the 2.52. I think that we just need to add the word field in the appropriate slide, because the fields are currently open right now. I think that might be the clarification. Mr. Clifton?
Yes, and thank you. And a respectful clarification. The tiered approaches that we're discussing, the site-specific plans, are all about our inside facilities, and that is phase 3. So the mayor's correct. There's no interim steps between phase 2 and phase 3. When we get to phase 3, some of the buildings are going to have to be opened with a little more care and with extra protocol in place, and that's the clarification. I do think it's a good suggestion that we reference open fields in phase 2. That has been the case, but just to make the plan utterly clear, I think that's a good idea, and we should do that. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, that sounds fine to me. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to go to Ms. Salas, followed by Ms. Whelan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate how this discussion has evolved. I just wanted to reverberate Ms. Whelan's concern and point of view. So you are not alone, Council Member Whelan. I share the same thoughts and perspective. So, and I appreciate that the solution that evolved, which is clarifying and including the fields in the language. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, let me say that now that I'm not alone, I would like us to consider, because I did not know that it was a permitting event, but if we could put the same filter that we're doing for temporary use permits over to outdoor field use, then it would seem to me that youth sports would be, or sports on our outdoor fields could be acceptable if majority on council agrees.
Council?
Could you state that again, Jimmy?
I sure could. So I'm pushing a little further, and that is about opening. Our fields are open, but we would use the same, let me see, what were they referred to? The same precautionary guidelines that we are using for temporary use permits. And that's up to 50 people. And then they must submit that extensive plan on how they will mask and social distance. And that we use that in our phase 2, since phase 2 is about outdoor usage, in reopening the permitting for sports on our outdoor fields. I hope that's clear, Austin.
Thank you.
There's a whole bunch of, Austin, I'm gonna let you go first, and then I will follow up with the Vice Mayor and Ms. Salas.
Well, I'm embarrassed to say this, but can you remind me what order the phases go in? Is 2 more restrictive or is 1 more restrictive?
One is more restrictive.
Say that again.
1 is more restrictive.
1 is the most restrictive. Okay.
Yes.
And 4 is going back to normal for the most part.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Whelan, I'm going to have to think about it for a moment. The bottom line for me, the thing that I want to make sure of the most is that we're being consistent and clear in our rationale, and that an average citizen could sort of divine the way things are supposed to work by looking at the way they see things playing out in front of them. I think that phase 2 should be clearly and demonstrably more restrictive than phase 3. So allowing that kind of gathering, regardless of the permitting process or trying to reflect the permitting process. And you're talking about 50 people for phase 2?
Yes. Again, it is not a matter of us moving our reentry to another phase. We're at phase 2. What I would suggest, because it mostly focuses out on our outdoor venues, is that we add in there our fields and permitting of outdoor activities. And that would be under 50 and using the very clear precautionary guidelines that were set in the TUP. I'm sorry, in the TUP.
Okay, well, let me just think about it for a moment, and I'm eager to hear the rest of the discussion as well. But
I'm
thank
going
you.
to go to the city manager, and then I'm going to go back to the vice mayor.
Thank you. We're anxious for this conversation to unfold, but I just want to inject one quick thought. I do think this will invite a lot of scrutiny and perhaps follow up by other sports events that do not necessarily occur outside, but who will likely make a claim that there's very little or no difference in what they might be doing inside if there is distancing and the free flow of air and things of that sort. Ice sports come to mind. Thank you for that opportunity, Mayor.
Understood, but phase 2 has to do primarily with our outdoor venues.
I'm going to go to the vice mayor, followed by Ms. Salas, followed by Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you, Councilmember Whelan, for this conversation. I would love to see youth sports happening in our community. You know, I really feel for that population, and being someone who coaches youth sports overseas and works with youth playing sports, I really do have a soft spot for this. My concern is that different from the TUP, we know that in sports, people are within 6 feet, you know, and obviously, so that means, okay, so they need to be wearing a mask at all times. Obviously, in sports, you're running and you're breathing heavily. How's that going to impact your airflow to your brain and such? You know, is this going to be putting kids in danger if they're being required to wear a mask? And I have heard from some parents that they're open to that and that they're willing to go there for the sports to be allowed. But that's concerning. And then just, you know, the whole heavy breathing, it's just, I can just imagine if one person on a team has COVID and doesn't show symptoms, it can easily spread to the entire team. And so I think that I'm open to having a further conversation on this and have, you know, the county maybe weigh in terms of like their public safety personnel, or even having the Dr. Inglethal weigh in on this before we make a decision as council, because I think there is a difference between an event and a sport gathering. But I do want us to have that conversation. I just want to make sure we're informed to the best of our ability when we do make a decision on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Salas, followed by Mr. McCarthy.
I mean, I am leaning toward Ms. Whelan's point of view about opening the fields to sports, athletics, limiting to less than 50 people, and of course, strictly following the precautionary guidelines as set forth by the county. That includes, you know, the coming up with a public health precaution plan, all the distancing, all the sanitizing, disinfecting, you know, avoiding physical contact, you know, and other stuff, because you know, throughout the afternoon, you know, we've heard time and again about being consistent, and if we are adopting this guidelines for our temporary use permit, you know, I believe we can also adapt this to our fields, but with lesser people for now. So just to have the fields available for our youth and adults alike to be able to go play, you know, go play ball. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think what we're talking about here is it appropriate to allow activities on our fields and I presume that would be soccer, football, baseball, things like that, up to 50 people. My comment is that those activities involve people getting very close to each other. It's completely impractical to wear a mask, and it doesn't make sense at all. I think, maybe playing frisbees where people can be 20 feet apart might make sense, but any of these other ball games, I don't feel that it's prudent. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Councilmember Whelan, for providing the opportunity for this part of the discussion. I'm going to be a no on this. I think it invites too much confusion, and I don't want to start meddling with this at this level. The other point that I would make, and maybe this is a little bit gratuitous, but for me, it's the concern isn't about our young athletes. It's about the people in the audience and the people who gather around our young athletes. I wish I was seeing in our public exhibited a voluntary good faith effort to engage in these social distancing measures by everybody. But we're not, and so it becomes hard to rely on the public to police themselves in this regard. And when we have the ability to control the situation through policy, and we have the liability to do it, and the responsibility to do it, I think we need to take that charge very seriously. And so this really isn't about our youth athletes. It's much more about the adults that gather around the youth athletes. That's just my opinion, but it certainly is informing my thinking on this.
Ms. Whelan?
Council Member Aslan, I'm so glad you brought that up. This happens to be one of the areas where spectators, because of their behavior, can be told that if they're not following the guidelines, that not only they, but their child would no longer play in that league. And I only bring that up through conversation with individuals who run leagues and things like that. They truly believe that the spectator part of this could also be managed and consequenced. So listen, I thank you, Council, for allowing us to have this conversation, and that's all. Thank you.
So with that, we are done with this item. We're going to take a break. We will come back at 6. Let's come back at 6:25, and we will start with item number 9. Thank you.
We are streaming.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with our agenda. Next up is item number 9. This is adoption and renewal of public safety development fees.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Tiffany Antal, Planning Director with the City of Flagstaff. And tonight I am here to present on our public safety development fees. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. So I want to apologize. There are a lot of numbers in tonight's presentation, and if at any point you need me to stop, slow down, repeat, I'm happy to do so. I also wanted to let you know that I have Ben Griffin on the line with me as well. He is our consultant who worked to prepare our land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plan. And I'm hoping tonight that police and fire are also with us in case you should have any questions about their infrastructure improvement plans. So just as a reminder, development fees are required to be reviewed every 5 years. Our latest fees were adopted in 2014. And of course, prior to updating fees, the city must first adopt a new land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plan. We did have that plan adopted on April 7th, and council asked for us to proceed cautiously with the process of next adopting fees. So tonight, I wanted to present a couple of different options for moving forward with the public safety development fees. But first, let's just do a refresher on what was in the land use assumptions. These are the projections of changes in land use densities and intensities and population for our city over a period of at least 10 years. So there are key land use assumptions for the city include population, housing units, as well as employment projections. During the next 10 years, citywide development projections indicate a population increase of just over 13,000 and approximately just over 3,000 jobs. Residential development accounts for 67% of our functional population, with non-residential development responsible for the remaining 33%. So let's talk about the fire infrastructure improvement plan. This improvement plan covers facilities, apparatus, and communication equipment. The 10-year demand for these facilities, you'll see, is $4.1 million for the facilities, $2.3 million for apparatus, and $230,000 for communication equipment. Police is very similar. Again, facilities, vehicles, communication equipment. Facilities are $2.4 million, vehicles $670,000, and communication equipment $335,000. So with that, I want to jump into the options. I want to go back. So through our one is to adopt the fees as proposed in the adopted land use assumptions, of which there are two alternatives. Alternative, just to make it more complicated, alternative one is one fee for single family and multifamily residential units. Alternative two is our fees adjusted based on the number of bedrooms within each unit. So let's talk about the proposed fire fees. You're seeing both alternatives here. The small little gray box on the side is the alternative where that would be the single rate. Single family would be just over $1,000 and multifamily would be $868. And that is a per unit fee. Otherwise, if we were to go with the other option or alternative of looking at bedroom counts, you can see how the proposed fee ranges based on the number of bedrooms, both in single family units and multifamily units. To make it a little bit easier, the non-residential development fees are consistent throughout. The only thing to note is that our current fees only cover industrial, flex, commercial, retail, and office and institutional. We currently do not have a fee in place for hotel, although we have in the past. But because of an influx in hotel development, we thought it would be good to go back and re-include, as well as trends in seeing new nursing home and assisted living facilities being constructed. So those new categories are representing new trends in development that we've seen in Flagstaff recently. So going back to these fees, again, it's really easy to look at the alternative fee and see, and again, this is just the fire fee. Then you go back to those bedroom counts and you can see that they will range anywhere from $778 per unit based on the number of bedrooms all the way up to $1,357 on the unit based on the number of bedrooms. So the number of bedrooms for single family, we could show population wise that 4 bedrooms had a higher per person rate. For multifamily, though, we're only seeing it at the 3+ bedroom rate. So 3 bedrooms still fall in that normal range, where most of the concerns we were seeing are in the 4, 5, and 6 bedroom units. We just don't have the demographic data up to date at this point because we are in the process of having new census data prepared, that we can't show that growing trend in Flagstaff just yet. So let's talk about the proposed police fees. You can see off to the side that alternative for single family, $537 per unit, multifamily, $430 per unit. And again, over to the left, you'll see how that cost breaks down for all of the non-residential development, and then how that cost breaks down based on the number of bedrooms. So for single family, it's going between $385 and then at the most $672 per unit. For multifamily, $319 all the way up to $670 per unit. So these are the combined fees together. So up in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that there's the combined fee for that alternative. That's just the unit itself. So for single family, that fee is $1,620. Or multifamily is $1,298, and that's the combined both police and fire. To the bottom of that are the proposed fees combined. So again, you're seeing a range on the bedrooms from basically $1,100 to just over $2,000 on single family, and on multifamily from $962 to just over $2,000. To the left of the screen, you'll see what our current fees are. So for single family combined police and fire, we are currently charging $548 per unit. We have no bedroom breakdown at this point in time. And for multifamily, $512 per unit. I'm focusing mostly on the residential because those are, again, the primary sources of which we obtain the fees, but also because they're easier to assess, or they're easier to understand, where the non-residential fees are calculated on a per square foot amount. I'm going to show you next some comparisons, and in those comparisons, you'll see a more realistic version of what those commercial non-residential fees would look like. So here's a single family comparison. One of the questions asked in one of the former presentations before was how our fees compare with other jurisdictions in Arizona. Working with the consultant, we were able to prepare this information for you. The cities chosen are those relative in the same size as the city of Flagstaff or have similar population levels. Trying to choose Phoenix, for example, or Tempe to look at is very difficult because those cities are broken down into multiple areas, and each area in and of itself has its own different development fee calculation. So even here, you'll see that Goodyear, for example, the city is broken into south and north, and they have different fees based on those localities. And Oro Valley, you'll see on here that there's existing and proposed. Buckeye is also split as well. So looking at these fees, you'll see we've looked at Peoria, Goodyear, Avondale, Surprise, Oro Valley, Yuma, Buckeye, Prescott. So the one thing to call out on this is that the city of Flagstaff, only charge fire and police development fees. We currently do not charge any of the other development fees that are possible: library, parks and rec, street, and other. So by just a sheer comparison on development fees and other communities, you can see that Flagstaff is far less. And then you can also see on here Flagstaff's existing fees are far lower than any of these other or similar cities currently in Arizona. The one that I would point out is that fire does come in at a slightly higher number, but overall balanced, our development fees still remain much lower than other similar sized cities, or our proposed fees remain smaller than other similar sized. I'm going to run through these comparisons now for multifamily so you can see the same. The trend is staying relatively the same. And again, because we're staying fairly low because we don't charge the full range of all of the development fees. But you can see that both our fire and police fees are within the range and sometimes many times lower than what is happening in other cities currently. Here's the commercial retail comparison. This is, of course, based on 50,000 square feet. So if you were building a new 50,000 square foot commercial retail building, these are the totals what you would pay. So you can see, again, in some cases, we definitely come in lower. There are some municipalities under fire. We're definitely coming in on the higher range, but we're not the highest for sure. And again, we come in a lot lower because of, again, the total development fees that we do not charge. So here's the office comparison, again, where Flagstaff is falling lower on the tail end. You can see where the police and the fire fees are in comparison. And then here's an industrial comparison as well. But again, I think the more important thing you can see from these numbers is that no matter what, our existing fees are far lower by comparison. So that's option one in a nutshell, is the existing fees as presented in now the adopted land use and infrastructure improvement plan. Option two would be to revise the infrastructure improvement plans for police and fire and essentially remove costs affiliated with facilities. This would mean we would need to provide funding with alternative means, and we would need to revise the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plan and readopt, which could delay implementation reasonably by a year. So option three would be to proportionally reduce the current proposed fees. So why do we say proportionally reduce? Oftentimes people ask, why can't you just stay with the fees that have already been calculated? Well, the fees that are calculated that exist today were based on different population projections. And again, each of these fees has to be developed so that they are proportionally applied to all new development accordingly and based on the existing levels of service and trying to maintain those levels of service. So we are not required to adopt the full proposed development fees as provided in the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plans. The fees can be proportionally reduced, and I'm going to go through several different options for you on how that can be done. The percentages provided are based on getting as close to our existing fees as possible. So let's talk about what that looks like. So, for example, our existing residential development fees, and just for ease, you'll see there's the one alternative where it's just per units, and then there's the alternative where it breaks it down per bedroom. But you can see that right now our existing fees are about 34% of the proposed fee for single family, and that's just on the unit. And then 39% of the proposed fee for multifamily, and so on down the line. So you'll see that, as the bedroom breaks down, there's 47 for one bedrooms, 41%, 34, 27, and then you get to multifamily at the 53, the 38, the 25%, and then you come down to our industrial. So you can see the biggest jump, but our existing industrial fees are only about 22% of the proposed fees. So you can see where the largest, this is also showing you where the largest percentage of growth is in the proposed fees. So in your staff summary, I provided a breakdown of what fees would look like at a 22%, at 34, 39, and then at 55. So just for ease and trying to eliminate the numbers, let's start at 34%. So this is 34% of the proposed fees. So this is what that starts to look like when we change the numbers. The important thing to understand here is on the right side, our consultant has been so gracious to also help us calculate what would be the total we would basically look to generate from the proposed fees as opposed to what the reduced fee would generate, and then what that remainder fee is, or what that remainder amount is. So you can see if we were to reduce or if we were to adopt a fee at 34% of the proposed fee, you can see that we would lose, well, not lose, but we would lack $2 million, just over $2.5 million for facilities, for fire, and then for police, it would be a $1.5 million. So these are revenues that we would have to make up somewhere else in the system. So all of those revenues, again, are projected upon the demands of growth and what police and fire are going to need to fill the demands of that new growth. So we would need to be able to make up that revenue somewhere else. So I'm just going to try to run through these. We can go through ones that you like better or you don't like better. But so here's 34% and the revenue differential. Here's 39%. And again, at 39%, that number gets a little bit better. It's not over 2.5 million anymore for facilities. But again, you can see that facilities are that big cost in the development fee component. And then, of course, here's what 55% would look like. So we would, the potential revenue we wouldn't make up would be about $1.8 million for facilities, for fire, and then just over $1 million for the police department. And I know this is a lot of confusing numbers and information. I did attach all of this information to the staff summary, but I'm here to try to answer any questions you have. And again, I have the consultant with us should you have more specialized questions. And I believe that both police and fire are here tonight to assist if you should have questions about their infrastructure plans or their needs for the future and future growth. And with that, I'll take any questions. But we are asking council to give us direction on the best option for pursuing public safety development fees.
I'm going to start with Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you. I just want to say in general, my rule of thumb is play fair. What does that mean? That means that the other homeowners and taxpayers should not be subsidizing new development. But it also means we shouldn't be gouging the developers of new projects. So what that really translates down to is that if we need these fees we won't need them unless we have new development. But if we do, we will need them. So to play fair, I believe that option 1 is the most fair. And I strongly support the idea of basing it on the number of bedrooms. That way that people that can afford a bigger house will pay more, and people that can barely get by and are trying to get a reasonably priced house, they'll get a smaller house and they'll pay less. And the other thing is that if there's more bedrooms, there's probably going to be more people, especially if it's what might be considered student housing. The more people living there, the more fire and police expense we would expect. So anyway, in summary, option 1 with the base it on the bedrooms option, which I think was number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for a very succinct thought. And I appreciate Tiffany for also making it clear that and also thank you for the work with the consultants for many months now, coming up with the fee structure. This is based on the land use assumptions that council has adopted, and these are the projected expenses. And if we do not find this revenue now, it has to come up. We have to find it somewhere else. So, and of course, it's impossible to boycott any development or any growth. That's not just realistic. So, to be pragmatic about this decision, I will go for option 1, adopt the fees as proposed in the adopted land use assumption, with alternative 2, that's based on the number of bedrooms within each residential unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Tiffany. Tiffany, is there a slide that breaks down option 1, alternative 1 versus 2? And while you're doing that, I agree with Councilmember McCarthy's comments as well, and that's what I was thinking. Oftentimes you'll hear in the community, let's have growth pay for itself, and it seems like this is an attempt to do just that. I do like the idea of potentially looking at other areas other than police and fire, as well as to how these fees could potentially help to support and build upon in our community. But I also understand that this is what's on the table and what's being discussed today. So, okay, so I'm looking at the slide. Can you point out option 1 versus option 2? Or sorry, option 1, alternative 1 versus alternative 2.
Sure. So alternative 1 is located in the upper right-hand corner in the small shaded box. And it says single family by the unit would be $1,620, where multifamily by the unit would be $1,298. Alternative 2 breaks it down per the bedrooms so that you can see in a single family unit, a 1-bedroom unit would be $1,163. So it comes in, so that's $1,600 for a single family unit is where you're hitting that 3-bedroom single family home. So if you were building a 3-bedroom single family home, the differential, you would save $18.
Okay, that helps. So, Mayor, my thoughts are, I want to keep the working population in mind here in Flagstaff, and the folks who just need a house for their families as well. And I'm wondering, I like option 1, alternative 2, but I'm wondering if we can maybe consider even adjusting the numbers in a way that favors single family units and makes that more affordable for the families in Flagstaff that need that 3 and 4 bedroom at a time, while definitely having the fees and such pay for the growth of these larger multifamily units. So that's kind of where I'm at. What's that, Tiffany?
Oh, Vice Mayor, sorry.
That's okay.
The issue is that we have to charge the fees proportionately to everyone. Okay. So everyone essentially pays their fair share. Now, is it possible to develop funds? And we do this through our affordable housing program. We provide as an incentive payment for development fees. So we as the city, for the receipt of affordable housing units, it is one of the incentives. It's just we can only incentivize as much as we can pay for in that fund.
Okay.
Do you understand that, Vice Mayor?
I believe so, but maybe say that one more time. That there's incentives for affordable housing.
So the way it works with development fees and affordable housing is that everybody has to be charged, as Ms. Antal has said, their fair share once she said it. Now, what we as a council can do, and we have done in the past, is that we've actually paid those development fees. So if somebody was going to create affordable housing and they were like, hey, we can't create it because of the development fees, The city of Flagstaff had at one time, I believe we still have it, an affordable housing fund. And so say, for example, it was going to be a total of $120,000 to pay for the development fees of this development for affordable housing. Then we have been able to take that out of that fund and pay for those fees. So then those houses were able to move forward as a affordable housing units as an incentive to the developer.
Okay.
But someone has to pay it.
I see. Okay, so I think I'm definitely leaning towards option 1, alternative 2. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tiffany, and to the consultants. You've given us a lot of options and numbers to consider. So riddle me this.
Riddle me this.
Riddle me this. Non-residential. Is there any way of manipulating that number to lessen single family units, or that must stay proportional also?
Ben, are you around? Do you want to try to help me answer the question?
Sure. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, yeah, just to answer that question quickly, we have to treat all land uses in a similar fashion. So we have these proportionate share factors. And so if we change one factor to favor another, that would basically put you in an equal protection issue, where a developer could say that you are treating different types of development in different ways. So that is something that we would not advise the city to consider.
Understood. Thank you. My next question is, does NAU pay this fee when they build?
Councilmember Whelan, they do not submit for building permits through us.
So the answer is no to that. Okay, we're getting there. So here's the dilemma. Part of me thinks or hears we go 100% with these fees. It's going to up the costs of housing, and we'll never get to affordable, attainable housing. And then the other part of me hears what I just heard, and that we've got builders and developers slapping $10,000, $20,000 onto a unit because they can, for no other reason. Hearing that individuals are adding $100,000, $130,000 to a lot for no other reason than because they can. So I understand.
Hey, lady.
Excuse me? Oh, okay. So I understand the idea of if we do this, which we need to do this, we need to come up with the monies, that the only other way, if we did a percentage, would mean that we would be asking our community to perhaps do bonds down the road to pay for facilities. Is that correct?
Yep.
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 Yep. Okay. So it's clear to me that it would need to be option 1, alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. Mr. Aslan? I am going to go to Mr. Odegaard, then come back to Mr. Aslan. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, thank you to Council Member Ms. Whelan. We have these dilemmas. I'm getting beat up right now because on social media because of cost of housing here in Flagstaff. And here we are looking at increasing the cost of housing because the city has needs concerning fire and police. It's been very disheartening when I talked to a recent developer doing some single family homes. The price point of these single family homes are coming in basically at $400,000. I can't afford $400,000. There's just no way. But that's the reality we're living in with the market that's happening here in the Flagstaff area. It's simple as supply and demand, and of course our demand is very high right now in our community for housing, and we're seeing that. And housing in general is very demanding throughout the state, even down in the Phoenix area. When houses are going for sale, they're not even on the market in 24 hours and they're gone. And so that's just kind of even happening statewide right now. And so I see that we received an email from, called Capital Consulting, making a suggestion that City of Tucson, postpone their decision on this type of item right now, just because of the economics of reality concerning COVID. So I'm almost leaning that way of not making a decision, but of course the majority will go forward whatever is decided. I do, of course, like option 1 and alternative 2. I ask if there's anybody in favor of, instead of going the full request, of maybe looking at half the request at this point in time. But that's my only request. Is I'm okay with option 1, alternative 2, but the ask is to go with 50% instead of the full 100%. So that's my comment. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, is Mr. Aslan showing yet? I think he's having difficulty on his end.
Yeah,
I'm going to go to the vice. Ms. Salzberg?
I'm sorry, Mayor. He's connected through his cell phone, and so I don't have any controls to unmute him. So I'm going to try to find an alternative way. So just bear with me, and we can move on with the others.
Right. We'll go to the Vice Mayor, and then I'll weigh in.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Odegaard. I actually was thinking along the same lines, and I was going to do a follow-up comment mentioning a similar approach about maybe, moving towards option 1, alternative 2, but in a phased effort. And I was also curious, Tiffany, how, if we adopt something tonight, like how often can we revisit this and tweak it? Is it, at the council's discretion? Could we just revisit this in a year and see how it's going?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Shimoni. So one of the things that I didn't really cover a lot is that there's a cost to updating the development fee report, essentially, the document. There's nothing, you have to do it every 5 years. There's nothing that stops you. But the important thing is to understand what that fee adds to, and what revenue it takes as well from the development fees. So the development fees themselves pay for the preparation of the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvement plan. So if that's money we want to continue to pay, then we can look into that, unless Ben says differently.
I want to add, okay, so I hear, I believe, Mr. Odegaard. I see Mr. McCarthy, but I would like to go ahead and add some thoughts to the conversation. Then I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy because I see him, and then by then I'm sure I will see Mr. Odegaard.
And Mayor, that was my follow-up comment. Was I would like to hear what your thoughts are on all this, of course. So please go ahead.
So I guess I have some things that I just want to share, right, that I think is very important. So our current land use assumption shows that we're going to grow by about 13,000 people in 10 years. I do think that that's a reasonable assumption. Even though we're in the middle of COVID right now, at some point we will be done with this global pandemic. Flagstaff is one of those places that people want to come. They either come here to go to school and then they stay, or they come here to work. And not only do they do that, but then we have people who are married and they have kids, right? So we have the natural growth of our population through the families that have kiddos, and then those kiddos have kids. So we're looking at about 13,000 people in the next 10 years. One of the things that we really need to be more aware of in the city of Flagstaff is that the market is what drives the cost of housing. The market is what determines what the price point is. We look at our development fees, and we can see our development fees are some of the lowest fees in the state. We actually do not collect development fees as we could by law for things like parks and libraries and things like that. Instead, that's true. Some people just have kids, they don't get married. Anyway, we grow. We as a society, we grow on our own, even without people coming from the outside. Now, I think it's really important for us to understand exactly what the market tells us. The market tells us because we charge development fees, then the houses have to be more. As Ms. Whelan pointed out, you have a dirt lot here in the city of Flagstaff that perhaps 20 years ago was worth $40,000. Then all of a sudden it went to 80, and then all of a sudden it's selling for $120,000, which to me is absolutely mind-boggling, especially because I'm from Flagstaff. And so I want to talk about what being from Flagstaff means when it comes to not assessing the appropriate development fees. At some point in the future, the Flagstaff Police Department is going to need something. At some point in the future, our fire department is going to need something. Quite frankly, at some point in the future, we're going to have a discussion about an East Side library, a bigger East Side library, a more East Side library. And I know that we have had numerous conversations over the past decade about sports facilities, right? About parks, about the need for a new park. And so we bonded here in the city of Flagstaff, and this is what goes to development needs to really pay for itself. Here in the city of Flagstaff, we had to bond for our fire stations because we grew and we were not assessing the appropriate fees. So we had to go out and bond for that. And some of us who are living in old houses that were built in the 40s that don't have the luxury of some of the newer houses, air conditioning, siding, an extra room here and there, more bathrooms, all the new stuff that comes with the new houses. We're sitting here having to pay the bond for the new stuff for the new people that are here, because the new people that are here didn't get assessed the appropriate fee for the new stuff that they needed because our city has grown. And so I just want to put that in perspective when council thinks about this kind of stuff, is that someone has to pay for it. Either the people that are coming pay for it, or what happens is we're going to have to bond for a sports facility, we're going to have to bond for a new aquaplex, we're going to have to bond for something, and then the rest of us that are already here end up having to pay for the new growth and the new people that are coming. Now, it is unfortunate that NAU doesn't pay for impact fees. They're able to pull because they're a state agency. They are able to do their building on their campus with zero thought about the impacts and the fact that there's more people coming off the campus that are using our facilities, and that needs to be addressed. But I really think that we as a council should be mindful of who is paying for what. I also think that if we, our council, are serious about affordable housing, then what we will do is we will put money in our affordable housing line item, our affordable housing fund, And then when we see projects come forward, or we'll work with developers with projects come forward, then we can actually pay that, or we can actually pay for that development fee to address the issue. But I really think Flagstaff really needs to understand that the reason why houses cost so much here in Flagstaff is because the market is willing to pay the price of the houses here in Flagstaff. And when the market is no longer able to or unwilling to, I think you'll see a shift in the market and the prices of the housing. I think for the short term, when you look at what's going on with COVID and the fact that you have students that are not coming back, our rental market should probably get a lot more affordable. But I just want to put that perspective out there. I believe that Mr. Aslan is available. Mr. Aslan. So I'm so sorry. I'm for option 1.
Can you hear me?
2. Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, good.
Okay. So I apologize for
Difficulties. I have been on the call the whole time, so I've been hearing everything. And what I'd like to sort of add to the conversation, I have the same recommendation, option 1, alternative number 2. I really enjoyed the way that Councilmember McCarthy articulated things. I would even go so far to say that he may have done it better than I could in terms of how the logic of what he said is his thinking. I would just add that I think one thing that's been missing a little bit from the conversation is the infrastructure needs of our fire department and our police department. Those can't be ignored, and we definitely need to continue funding those things. And I would not like to see a reduction in those percentages. So the next best alternative to me is that option 1, alternative number 2.
Okay, I see that we have Mr. McCarthy, and then Ms. Whelan would like to put the comparison slide back up. Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. If we only want to say 50% or 30% or whatever of what the anticipated costs will be, that would reduce the construction costs of a new home. It may or may not affect the cost of a new home because that's determined by the market. But what it would do for sure is it would leave a hole in the amount of money that we need for police and fire. And the way that would get paid for would be a future bond. Now, when we use the word bond, that just seems so benign. But what a bond means is higher property taxes on all houses. And Mayor Evans, you put it well. I mean, a house that was built, about the time I was born, will be paying for infrastructure that wouldn't be needed if this new construction didn't happen. So that's why I support fully funding this as being the most fair way for all of the homeowners. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm trying to make sure that we have we need a slide. There it is. I see that we have the right slide up. Ms. Whelan, did you want to add something?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So I am looking at the discussion. I believe there's council majority to go with option 1, number of bedrooms. Mr. Odegaard mentioned that he would prefer to wait. And I'm not sure where the vice mayor is, but I do know there's council majority with option 1, number of bedrooms. I'm going to go to the vice mayor, Mr. Odegaard, and then we'll move on. Vice mayor.
Mayor, I'm at home. That's where I'm at. I'm just teasing. Yeah, no, I'm happy with the 100% with the fee. I just was curious as to what other council members and yourself felt about that. But I do agree that new growth should be paying for itself, period, in the story, and that the cost of housing is market driven. So I'm on board with the majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Odegaard.
Just to be clear, Mayor, waiting was an option, but I was comfortable with going to 50% level. And so obviously I'm not going to win this argument tonight. So let's move on. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Odegaard. Okay, City Manager, I feel you have direction.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have clear direction, and thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. We're going to move down to item number 10. This is a consideration of the Federal Aviation Administration FAA CARES Act Grant Award Funding Plan for the Flagstaff Airport. Is this going to be Ms. Hanson or Barney?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, this is Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Actually, we're going to let Stacy Breckler-Nags, our Contract and Grants Manager, go through the presentation, and then there'll be several of us on ready to answer questions.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Stacy. Hope everybody can see my slide presentation here and hear me okay.
We can.
All right, so thank you. Good evening. Stacy Breckler-Nags, Grants and Contracts Manager. Before I get started, I'd like to thank our team that's been kind of working on this funding plan: Heidi Hansen, Barney Helmick, Tim Skinner, Adam Miele, and Heidi Derryberry that helped put together the spreadsheet and worked with this team also on the funding plan. And as you recall, on May 19th, we took to City Council the Federal Aviation Grant offer for operating costs, and it was accepted at that time. And then I'd also like to point out a little bit about the $18 million CARES Act grant, that the reason that the Flagstaff Airport received this was the fact that we have airline service. Our airline service is met through our airline partners, American and United Airlines, and involves the increase in overall employments we currently experience and hope to experience in the future. And it's really important to note that having this commercial service helped the airport achieve the larger grant amount. In addition, before we get into the slide presentation, is that we did take this to the Airport Commission back on January 11th, and they did, we presented it to them, and they did approve it at the Airport Commission. And so with that, I'll jump to the next slide. Hang on. All right, so our recommendations for the grant uses, three different categories. One is personnel, next is operation, which includes contractual commodities, debt service, operating, and maintenance. As far as the personnel costs, that amount comes to 7.8 over the 4 years. It includes our airport personnel for the R firefighters, which is 12.5 FTEs, our law enforcement officers that work the screening checkpoints at our airport of 1.8, and then a new position, airport business manager. Next is operations category, which includes contractuals, which is our utilities, custodial, travel, training, ongoing maintenance of 2.1. Commodities, which is our fuels, parts, safety supplies, pavement repairs of 581,000 plus, and then debt service of 926,944. So total operations breakdown is a little over 3.6 over the 4 years. And then the last category is operating equipment and maintenance. And this category is for our operating equipment and deferred maintenance repairs, which is 6.4, which includes our hangar improvements. So we've held out of that amount $1 million, $250 per year over the 4 year period, along with our community action plan, $300,000, which would equal $75,000 over the 4 years. This amount also includes the snow removal equipment, which is our required match that is a current grant that they're allowing us to use this funds to meet our match. So that helps us without having to pay that cash match. And then rolling stock truck replacement. So the total for that operating equipment and maintenance comes to 6.6 million. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Barney to give you a little idea of some of the projects under that operating equipment and maintenance.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members.
We are going to really talk about specifically overview projects such as the hangars, where we are going to set up a annual preventative maintenance. We were going to do some gutter and snow replacement on the hangars that have not been done. We have in the Alpha hangars some underwater leakage correction. It's not underwater, it leaks under the big doors. So where a tenant wants them, we will put a threshold. We will not put them in all because it's not easy to push a plane over. So if they don't want that we won't put it in. We're going to be fixing some roof leaks and sealing vents on Alpha hangars. Our executive box hangars have heaters in them. They have not been PM'd, and we have some insulation that comes loose in there. That's all going to be fixed. In the CAAP under the previous slide, that's for our climate action adaptation plan. And that's a separate fund beyond some of the things like this when we're talking about replacing all the exterior and interior lights to meet the dark sky compliance and also to reduce our electric cost out there. For airfield and building maintenance, airfield especially, we every year have to paint specific portions of our runway. A complete painting of the runway is about $325,000. We try to get about $40,000 of painting done each year. Building maintenance includes stuff that we're doing in the terminal. We have 15 different buildings out here. We also have just the runway, to get it in perspective, the runway and taxiway alone is over 13 street miles. We have street and parking maintenance. The existing parking lot needs to be maintained. Pulliam Drive and Shamrow are also maintained through the airport. Fleet airfield equipment maintenance. This is such as we have 20-some-year-old tractors, trucks that are in need of replacement. Even our existing, what is now number 2 ARF vehicle is 16 years old and it needs updating and maintenance. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Barney. And then we'll open up to any questions. I do have one more final comment, Mayor, is that any project that we have on here over the 50,000 threshold would be coming. We would be following our local procurement policies. We have a lot to do spending this money down in the next 4 years. So we're looking at some different type of methods for procurement, maybe an airport job order contract that we can will just be solely focused on airport projects so that we can try to get this money spent and get this improvements done timely. So with that, we'll entertain any questions. There's team members available to answer any questions.
Ms. Wheelan?
Thank you very much. Wow, how nice is this, huh? My question is, Barney, is there a routine maintenance done on the runways and all that macadam that you have out there? And is that part of this plan?
That's a very good question, Councilmember Whelan. We do not, the runways themselves are maintained like our streets. If we have a problem because the asphalt is fairly new, it's about 3 years old, we'll go out there and address it. But we don't have a daily PM on that. The structures are where most of our PM work is needed and done.
So I just see our streets department doing a chip seal and a seal this and a seal that. I'm just wondering, is that something that you concern yourself with?
Again, that's an excellent question. Because of what we have using our runway, we cannot use chip seal. As you know, the chip seal really extends the life of our product, but it also causes a lot of damage to windshields. We would not want a loose chip coming up and being sucked into an engine of a jet.
That's right.
So we cannot do that kind of, but we can do seal coating. It's called like a sand seal product on many of our other areas out here to extend the life of them.
And will that be done in this maintenance, or are we just focusing on buildings and facilities?
It will not be done on the runways. We do have a capital project lined up to do 2/3 of our taxiway in the next 4 years, and that will be a separate grant program. We will do some sealing in our back taxiway areas, but the runway should be fairly good for the next 4 years. At that point in time, we're probably going to be going back for another grant for work on that alone.
Okay. Thank you, Barney. I appreciate.
We're going to go to Ms. Hanson, followed by Mr. Odegaard.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, Barney Helmick, our airport director, just answered it. I just wanted to let you know that we still have the ability with Stacy Breckler-Nag's magical work to go in for other grants outside of what we're doing with this 18.1 million to do things that we need for the runway and other items. So it doesn't make it so we can't go and ask for other grants to do these other projects that we need throughout this 4 years.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I'll withhold my question, and actually I'll send an email off to the city manager. So thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Barney and Heidi, for the update and everyone who's involved with this. This is, I think, a really solid plan. I did have a question. Can someone tell me what the cap improvements look like? I know it's 75,000 per year over 4 years, I believe it was. But what does that look like?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let Barney. Yeah, sorry, Barney. Go ahead and maybe you can address some of the climate action plan items. It'd be great.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Shimoni, we actually completed one of the first airport sustainability master plans in 2016. We've just not been able to address it. A lot of this will go towards some of that. And the first thing we're going to be addressing is dark sky compliance with lighting. But a lot of that will not come out of this. We are looking at things like, for example, we need improved insulation in our terminal buildings. We have to upgrade our HVAC systems, which are in many cases 10 plus years old. There's a lot of those little infrastructure items that are going to be addressed in the first few years. And then after that, we'll be working with sustainability group. I'm working right now with Ramon, and I always mispronounce his last name, but he's helping us update our sustainability tool. And so we'll be working directly with him on a lot of these projects that are in that plan.
And thank you for that. I guess my follow-up is, with the council adopting a climate emergency resolution, pushing us to be zero emissions by 2030, how does that play into our plans?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Shimoni, I am kind of going to let something out of the bag here that sustainability is working on. It is a system that's in place for carbon buyback taxes. And we're looking to see if that's something that could be done starting at the airport and maybe move from there to the rest of the city. A lot of it's just going to be updating equipment. But overall, the airports in this country only contribute about 2% of the carbon footprint.
I'm going to go to Ms. Antonopoulos.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Barney actually addressed it. I just wanted to offer support, and then Heidi has put up in the chat the list. As Barney referenced, we had conducted a sustainability plan for the airport through the fantastic work and relationship that the city has with the feds. We were able to get funding to move forward with that initiative. And so we have a very detailed sustainability plan for the airport. We, of course, will be over the next 4 months, Vice Mayor, really looking at if there are additional opportunities for the airport to help us achieve the climate emergency goals that are set forth. So any changes or updates we will bring back to council as a full package with the climate emergency discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And just lastly, in closing, I just want to express gratitude to the team that worked on this again, and especially for listening to the needs of the tenants and not increasing the hangar rents for another year. I think that will be very much appreciated by the population that are locals, and also the improvements to the hangars I think will be appreciated, and $1 million I believe will go a long way. So I feel very good about the plan. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Solis, don't you sit on the, there we go. So I thought you were the liaison for the Airport Commission. Ms. Solis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to give a shout out to our Airport Commission. They are a highly engaged and involved commission. And thank you for being proactive with the recommendation and approving the funding plan. And kudos goes to our airport EV economic vitality team, along with Miss Stacy BK. You know, this is a wonderful place to be, where we're spending federal dollars for our airport, and I appreciate the very mindful and thoughtful inclusion of much needed and deferred maintenance that are integrated into the operations and the operating equipment and maintenance items, and also the forward-looking approach in terms of personnel. So just kudos to everyone who work painstakingly in coming up with the funding plan. I do have a question with the city manager, though, just to refresh my memory. How much in general fund are we able to free up because of this FAA CARES Act grant in the next 4 years?
I believe, thank you, Council Member, for the question. It is a reimbursement, and it is over a 4-year period, and and others can correct me if I misstate this, but I'm fairly certain that we will, the same amount that is reimbursed for expenditures at the airport will correlate directly with what we're benefiting from impact-wise in the general fund. In other words, it's a direct offset. If you take that 18 million and divide it evenly at like say 4.5 million a year, that's the positive impact on the general fund. Rick or Stacy or others, if you want to jump in and correct me, please do.
Yeah, I can jump in on that conversation. This is Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. Finance staff is busy working with Stacy and the rest of the team to balance the airport 5-year plan. And while we look to reduce our annual revenue transfer to the airport for the next 4 years, that's about a $500,000 annual commitment, as well as we used to pick up the airport positions for the police officers in the general fund. So we may save another maybe $500,000 answer for that, or savings for that in the general fund. So it could be in $1 million over the next 4 years. And then our hope is that we can get the airport to be more sustainable in their revenues in that 4-year period, including things like paying for airport parking and the 32-acre parcel, to help them be self-sufficient as an enterprise fund. We will be looking at the general fund and those impacts as we balance the year end and bring those back to the budget team next month.
Yeah, thank you, Team Flagstaff. I appreciate the clarity. I also want to point out that, with this grant, we are be able to allocate funds that we didn't have. So that allows us to, let's say, hire the airport business manager, and then move forward with some improvements where, like something to do with the runway, where we can only afford 40 grand a year. Now we can fully fund it for 125 grand a year just for maintenance. So another line items that we didn't have funding available pre-COVID. Plus, I also want to point out that the sustainability plan initiative was presented to council at our budget retreat in February, where Heidi and Barney gave us this colorful, detailed articulation of the Flagstaff Airport Sustainability Plan initiatives. Thank you, team.
I just want to say thank you very much to Ms. Hanson, as well as Barney and the rest of the team, Stacy BK, and everybody else who worked on this. The hard work that went into securing that second airline is really paying off, right? And it's only because we have 2 commercial airlines that come in and out of Flagstaff consistently that we were able to secure this $18 million grant that is actually going to be very beneficial to this community over the next 4 years. And so I just want to say thank you and say that, a lot of hard work went into securing those 2 airlines, and that is still contributing positively to our local economy. Ms. Whelan.
Never mind, Mayor. I'll save my comments later. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item. This is our number 11, our Water Resources Master Plan Update, Reclaimed Water Component and Selection of Stakeholder Committee. Erin Young, Ms. Young.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. This is Erin Young, Water Resources Manager. My presentation will be relatively short at about 8 minutes and 10 slides. Thank you for hanging in there tonight. I'll just start with some background. You may recall I came forward in January with our consultant Brown and Caldwell to present the scope of work for the Water Resources Master Plan. And given the recession we face, staff elected to scale down from funding the entire Water Resources Master Plan now and focusing on the reclaimed portion only. A number of current projects, future city plans, et cetera, are hinging on what we do with our uncommitted reclaimed water. At that meeting in January, Council provided feedback to staff regarding public outreach and ideas for a stakeholder committee, which were largely around reclaimed water, and so we carried those into this scope. Uh-oh, my slides. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that delay. And you can all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Tonight's presentation is an update of the scope under the Reclaimed Water Master Plan, and I seek your feedback on the process of forming a community stakeholder committee with the capacity to address technical details, yet be representative of our entire community as much as we can do that with about 10 committee members. We're asking this committee to pare down the number of reclaimed water options from 7 to 4, and staff will bring these solutions back to council as we come close to completing the plan. It's important to note that I am not looking for feedback on solutions for reclaimed water tonight, just the process that we're proposing to you. These 4 scenarios, all 7 of which are listed on the right of the slide, will be included into the Water Resources Master Plan. And this is where we'll compare how reclaimed water fits into our water supply portfolio, including comparing water demand to water conservation and Red Gap Ranch. And as a reminder, I just wanted to reiterate that we have a large volume of uncommitted reclaimed water to work with. This is water that is not sold or already committed to the environment, such as water to Picture Canyon, the I-40 wetlands, and Francis Short Pond. On the left, we are looking at the uncommitted seasonal water availability in million gallons or acre feet in a month. And on the right, we're looking at acre feet in a year that has been available from each facility. You can see that in May each year, we only have little water available for things like expanding the reclaimed water system or direct potable reuse, while the rest of the year we lack a place to store the water or put that water to use. So we are still in a moratorium on any new reclaimed water agreements because we have so little water available in the summer months. And we haven't approved a new agreement since 2012. So that's just an important factor to recognize. The Reclaimed Water Master Plan is comprised of 3 phases. The consultants and staff will prepare the information necessary to bring the stakeholder committee up to speed on various details of the different options. The consultants are responsible for conducting the stakeholder workshops, and they'll compile a report that documents the information presented, the stakeholder meeting discussions, and recommendations going forward. The consultants will compile and present a number of considerations about the 7 options to the committee, including reclaimed water balances, and some topics that we really haven't discussed before that could end up a driver of the results, such as considering the economics or the non-monetary value that reclaimed water brings or could bring to the community. The committee will review this information and identify 4 scenarios that become incorporated into these decision points that you see on the chart for water resource planning. Water resource management is all about finding solutions and managing our portfolio of water supplies that collectively encompass as many possible water demand futures as possible. The scope of work does include 2 half-day stakeholder workshops. The first workshop will be focused on reviewing background information, discussing community values around reclaimed water, and the second workshop will be focused on developing a recommendation to staff on reclaimed water options. Staff will work with the consultants and the committee to provide shorter presentations on specific topics as necessary in order to educate the committee and bring everyone up to speed. The consultants will close the project with a technical memorandum that includes a summary of the work prepared for the meetings, any policy recommendations, and of course, the committee recommendations on reclaimed water options. Staff expect a number of policy recommendations to come from this work, including topics on water quality standards, reclaimed water rates, and land use and growth planning. Staff are seeking 10 individuals from the community, roughly 10, to serve on the committee. We will send out an announcement for applications in the next week or so and have them due the end of July. Several staff, I'm thinking 5 staff members, will review the applications and make a recommendation to the Water Commission for approval at their August meeting. The co-benefits of how we use reclaimed water in Flagstaff are quite a few, and I won't read them all, but I think the number serves as a testament for why we've developed a process that includes stakeholder input and could likely ripple through the community through surveys and such. And with that, I welcome your feedback on the process I've presented. And I thank you for your time.
Council? Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, are we going to make sure that all of the stakeholders, like the users, the environmental community, et cetera, will be represented on this new committee?
Yes, that is the goal, is to select a committee with broad representation of the community, and a committee that I guess can address the issues we've been hearing about. That's an important piece.
Those meetings will be open to the public too, I presume.
Yes, they will. And I imagine we'll entertain some presentations from the public as the committee feels it's necessary.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other council members? Mr. Aslan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and hi, Aaron, and thank you. I'm curious if you can just speak for a moment to the completion of the Red Gap Ranch study and how that plays into this.
My understanding, Councilmember Aslan, is that the Red Gap Ranch study is slated to be completed this fall, which would be great timing for inclusion into the Water Resources Master Plan and the next step in kind of determining those decision points and our water resource portfolio for the future.
I agree.
Yep. And I welcome Mr. Hill or Mr. Roberts if they want to chime in on Red Gap. They may have a better understanding.
Yeah, let's go there if we can.
So long as it's about sort of the process and not, okay.
Yeah, this is Brad. I have no further comment on Red Gap. Aaron said it adequately for where we're at in the process.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Well, I'd just like to say excellent work and thank you very much. The idea of the community stakeholders group is so important. And I'd like to ask a little bit about suspending. We've been asked to look at suspending reclaimed water contracts with new customers. What's your thought on that?
Well,
Mayor, Council, this is Sterling. With the question on Red Gap Ranch and the suspension of reclaimed contracts, I think we may be getting outside the agenda item just a bit. I want to make sure we stay within it. I just have concerns on that.
Well, it was certainly part of an email that we received. It does have to do with the Reclaimed Water Master Plan. We are having that update now.
It might be.
Go ahead, Mayor. Sorry.
It might be that perhaps we want to have a e-session regarding reclaimed water contracts.
Well,
no, I don't believe that's necessary. I think the question can be answered. I just want to make sure we stay. And I wasn't aware that there was an email that was part of that. I apologize.
That's
I think
okay.
We're fine going ahead with the answer to that. Thank you, Councilmember Whelan, and thank you, Mayor.
That's okay.
I think just in general, since 2012, we have not had enough reclaimed water available to issue any additional reclaimed water agreements. And that is because we're not generating new water in the community, for one. And second, we lack some infrastructure capacity In our capital improvement program, we have an upsizing of a water line and increasing the pump size at Wildcat in order to bring 100% of the water available from Wildcat into our system.
So what kind of timeline is that, since it's in the capital improvement? Where is that nestled in there to do those things?
I believe those both are slated for fiscal year 21, but I'll look to Ryan on that.
Well, we're not that far away, are we?
We're not that far away, but we've had to cut some things due to a ceiling that the whole city has on spending capital dollars. So I'll look to Brad or Ryan. I believe they should have an update on that.
Yes, hi, thank you, Aaron, and good evening, everyone. This is Ryan Roberts, Acting Director for Water Services. As far as the CIP on the reclaim side, what we have on our plate actually in FY21 is the design of the bottleneck. So we've got a 20-inch line that we have to install between Bushmaster Park and Buffalo Park Tank. And why that's important is because it increases our throughput of reclaimed water flows from the Wildcat facility into the system. Right now, that piping bottleneck acts as a straw, and it limits how much reclaim we can bring into the system from Wildcat, which is actually our largest plant. But the construction of that is slated over 2 years, and that's actually in 22 and 23. The tank, I believe, is slated for fiscal year 24. So we have those projects on the horizon, but in the current year, we're just trying to complete the design for the bottleneck. Does that answer the CIP questions, or do you have any others?
That's fine. Thank you, Ryan.
You bet.
I'm going to go ahead and go with the Vice Mayor.
Aaron, I just want to say thank you for the update and your work on this. I think this is a great plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing the work ahead on this topic with this group. And I appreciate the discussion we're having with the council. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Well, Ms. Young, thank you very much for an excellent presentation.
Thank you all. And now you get to move on with the meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Mr. McCarthy?
That's all right. I just put it up pretty recently. I guess my comment is the whole purpose of this study and this new committee is to determine what we should do with reclaimed water. So it would, and this is kind of a tie-in to Ms. Whalen's comment, if the whole idea is to decide what we're going to do with reclaimed water, it would seem like a cart before the horse if we keep spending money on infrastructure and if we started selling more reclaimed water. And I realize you said we haven't sold any in whatever it was 8 years or something, but we should do the study and the analysis and make the policy decisions before we implement the policy decisions.
Yeah, and that is the focus, Councilmember McCarthy, of this group, is kind of providing guidance on policy up front, because we don't want to be expanding too much infrastructure if we're not planning on generating that much more water to put into the pipes. That's an excellent point. And those are the types of things we need to vet as this committee. As we push water conservation, anything that continues to happen indoors just reduces the amount of water we have for, as a future reclaimed supply. So I would say that our effort is focused on more the policy side, setting, do we need water quality standards that are above and beyond what's regulated today? Those are the big questions this group will be tasked with.
Right. Let's keep the horse before the cart.
Okay, we are going to go ahead then and move on to our next discussion. This will be item number 12, business attraction incentive policies.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. And can you see the slides in present mode?
No. There you go.
Awesome, great. There's just a little delay. All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Happy fiscal New Year's Eve. My name is Jack Fitchett, and I am here tonight in my interim business attraction manager role. I'm excited to be presenting on 3 potential incentive opportunities, and it is my intent this evening to receive any feedback or direction you may have on these policies, incorporate those recommendations into these incentives, and then bring them back to you during the July 7th council meeting. So there are 3 policies to consider tonight. The first will be the Sustainable Automotive Sales Tax Rebate. The second will be a Business Attraction Job Creation Incentive. And the third is a Business Attraction Development Reinvestment Incentive that actually has 3 separate options associated with it. So for this presentation, I'll go through each incentive individually, and then I'll pause to take any questions, comments, or recommendations you may have with that associated policy. And so before we jump in, I'd like to share a brief background on some of these policies. You'll recall in early May of this year that John Saltonstall, our Business Expansion and Retention Manager, brought forward 2 new policies, the Adaptive Reuse Policy and the Business Expansion and Retention Incentive to assist our local businesses. All 3 of the policies I'll be presenting on tonight aim to do the same, but 2 have a greater emphasis on the business attraction rather than retention or expansion. The first policy is geared towards assisting one of our existing industries by incentivizing the sale of sustainable vehicles within city limits. And then the next 2, again, are more geared towards business attraction and will give the economic development team several new tools to assist with business recruitment and make Flagstaff more competitive when it comes to business attraction. And then lastly, all of these policies were in development before the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the economic development team has heard the urgency from council in prior meetings to get new recovery programs finalized and out to our community and businesses to help mitigate some of the issues that have been incurred due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, I'll go into each policy individually. And again, I will pause for questions and comments after each policy. So the Sustainable Automotive Sales Tax Rebate is actually a revamp of a former policy that was approved all the way back in 2009. The elements are quite similar to the initial policy, but have received a bit of a facelift to make it more attractive. This policy was discussed more recently by various community stakeholders, including the Auto Park Owners Association, the Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona, or ECONA for short, and with the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce and City Council in joint meetings back in 2019. So what is this incentive? This incentive would offer purchasers of a new or used electric or fuel-efficient vehicle a rebate on a portion of the city's transaction privilege tax. And it is funded. It is currently funded in the FY21 budget with $20,000 available in economic development funds that are through the BBB tax. To note, this was really a team effort with the economic development and sustainability teams by providing a program that would both further economic development and sustainability goals. And this is also a very timely incentive as the council has just adopted a recent climate resolution. And this program is a great example of the city's initiative to continue to move forward in that direction. So what is this incentive and what are the portions of it that are applicable? So the first portion of the 4 is all electric vehicles. So a 2% rebate of the city transaction privilege tax would be made available for any new or used vehicle purchased within the city of Flagstaff. The second relates to hybrid or plug-in electric hybrid vehicles, which would equate to a 1.5% rebate of the city's TPT for a vehicle that has a 40 mile per gallon or higher fuel efficiency, city fuel economy, excuse me. The third is a fuel-efficient vehicle, which would be a 0.5% rebate of the city's TBT for any new or used vehicle that has a city fuel economy of 35 mpg or greater. And the fourth portion of this incentive would, an additional $250 would be made available to use on a remaining portion of the local sales tax for individuals that make less than $50,000. So what is the criteria associated with this incentive? There are three. One, it must be sold by a qualified dealer. So that is someone who has the appropriate TPT to sell motor vehicles within the city of Flagstaff. This incentive is available for the registered owner of whoever purchases that fuel-efficient vehicle. And the third is there's a limit of 1 rebate per household per year and a limit of 5 rebates per commercial account. And I would like council to keep that last bullet point in mind because I'm going to ask for a little bit of direction on that point here in a minute. And so with that, I'd like to introduce our sustainability section director, Nicole, to add a few additional comments. Nicole?
Great, thank you, Jack, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council Nicole Antonopoulos. Really excited to be having this conversation with City Council this evening. The framework for the sustainable automotive sales tax rebate is a result of reviewing effective programs from around the country and balancing those with local considerations, needs, and commitments, as Jack referenced. I'd like to note and thank the council for ensuring that we get an immediate and effective start to advancing the climate emergency declaration. This is also an excellent example that economic development and climate action can complement one another and really can go hand in hand while supporting our community and achieving our climate action goals. I hope that this is a model that you will continue to see in front of you for consideration in terms of collaborations throughout the city organization. And with that, I believe we are available to answer any questions.
Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Nicole, and thank you, Jack. I'm just curious, can we review who in town actually sells all electric vehicles here in Flagstaff? And how many of those get sold per year right now within the city of Flagstaff?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Aslan, that's a great question, and I do not have those numbers in front of me at this particular moment. I don't know how many electric vehicles or hybrid electric vehicles are sold at this point in time, but that's certainly something I can look into.
Can I answer that question or help with that question? And so I just wanted to mention, Mr. Aslan, when we sat down as a council with the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, we had Mr. Robbie Finley, who owns Finley automobile dealership here in town. And one of the things that he mentioned is that they have the opportunity to get any car that anybody might want. It doesn't necessarily have to be even one of the brands that they sell. One of the issues that they have is that people are leaving our city and they're choosing to buy the cars elsewhere. They're choosing to buy them in Phoenix, some points, or sometimes they're even buying them in LA. One of the things that he talked about was the taxes and the fact that our sales tax is higher here than in some of those other locations. So the reason why I say that is because it might be that we're not selling as many electric cars here in Flagstaff that we could be selling. And perhaps this is a way for our local dealers to actually sell more. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. And part of my question too is just trying to get a sense of what the supply is like up here. I know there's demand. There's plenty of Teslas driving around town, for example. And while I know some of those are going to be visitors, it's clear to me just driving around the neighborhoods that there's a lot of such vehicles. I don't think there's a Tesla dealership in Flagstaff. Is that correct?
No, there's not a Tesla dealership in Flagstaff, but I do know there must be a lot here because Tesla does have charging stations. Mm-hmm. I see that Mr. McIntyre looks like he might have the answer to the question.
Actually, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I don't have the answer to the question on how many electric vehicles are sold. We did reach out to the auto dealers to ask whether this would be impactful and what comments they had as a part of our vetting. And it was mentioned that electric vehicles are not a huge part of their current sales. As the mayor said, we hope to encourage that with this particular incentive. And also that's why we have that as the highest rate, and then hybrids with a slightly lower rate, and the 35 and up fuel efficiency within the city at lower still, to try to continue to encourage people to invest in those higher efficiency, but to make sure that we're also able to really help create those local sales here in Flagstaff. So you're nailing part of where that tiered programming comes in. And I'm sorry I don't have that answer on exactly how many electric vehicles, but we're hoping to make more.
Well, I think it would be interesting to track those numbers down. I would love to see them if you're able to get them, and obviously definitely send that out to everybody and not just myself. I do have one more question, Mayor.
Yes.
So $20,000 per year for the sustainable automotive sales tax rebate. Do we have a sense of, will we max out on that in the first year? Is $20,000 sort of an overestimate, or will we run out of that money in the first 3 months, or what's your take on that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Aslan, that's a great question, and I guess just to provide a little history on this. So, when when a similar policy was proposed back in 2009, there was a budget up for $100,000 for this particular, or rather similar use, and a little bit over $8,000 was used back then. I think for this particular incentive, we've kept it at the $20,000 mark, one, due to budget constraints, but also it's really a beta test year to see what the interest is. I think we certainly will have additional interest because the technology has come a long way in the last 11 years since this policy first came out. And as you've mentioned, electric vehicles and hybrid electric vehicles are far more available now than they were in 2009. So I think it'll be interesting to see, but I think if there was $8,000 spent or allocated in 2009, then we will hopefully certainly approach that $20,000 mark.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to actually go to Mr. McCarthy first and come back to Ms. Antonopoulos. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of this proposal. I just had a couple technical questions. Would a person have to be a Flagstaff resident, or could, say, somebody from Phoenix come up here and buy one of these cars and get the discount, the rebate?
Councilmember McCarthy, that's another great question. Currently, the policy would allow anyone to come up into Flagstaff and buy the vehicle. They would not have to be a local resident of Flagstaff. Okay,
and I'm not going to argue with that, but I'll just bring it up in case any other council members might have an opinion on it. Even under that policy, the way you have it right now, it would help our dealerships here and our taxes. My second question, I think I heard the answer to, when, we have these thresholds, 35 miles per gallon, for instance. My question was going to be, is that highway or city? And I think I heard that that's the federal city rating, not the highway rating. Is that correct?
Councilmember McCarthy, you are correct. That is the city rating for miles per gallon.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Antonopoulos?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, I wanted to just chime in quickly to Councilmember Aslan's question. And one of the differences that I think is important to note from the previous version of this program back in 2009 is there are still significant incentives at the federal level for tax credits for an electric vehicle, and also some state, not tax credits, but taxing and licensing assistance. So there's definitely more state and federal assistance that will, our hope is, as we pilot this initiative, if approved by council, that there are more factors contributing to enticing individuals to go to an electric vehicle.
Ms. Hanson?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Heidi Hansen. I just wanted to help with the discussion with Councilmember McCarthy. Tonight we're before you to have discussion with you. So for instance, if you want to decide if they have to be a resident of Flagstaff or not, these are things that we would like to talk through with you tonight. So again, just wanted to keep that in mind with you.
I just wanted to jump in and say a few things. One, I'm really excited to see this incentive, this policy. So I was part of the council in 2009 that created, I guess it would be version 1.0 of this policy. And during that time, we were having a severe economic downturn. And our automobile industry came to us and they said, hey, people are not buying cars. They're actually going to Phoenix if they are buying cars. And we're having major issues. And so we created that incentive. As Jack had pointed out, only $8,000 was used out of the $100,000 that we set aside for that. I do think that there was different reasons as to the why. You know, I'm excited to see this policy here and now for a couple of reasons. This is something that was needed before COVID-19, and we had a conversation with our automobile dealerships to talk about that. The second thing I think is really important is that we just passed a climate emergency, a declaration, and we said that we were going to take meaningful, direct action to try to mitigate what is happening in our community. I actually think what we should do is we should try to see if we could double the amount of money that's been put toward this. And I think that we need to have a campaign, for lack of a better word, a concerted push, a very meaningful, direct push to talk about the importance, to talk about our climate action emergency, to talk about our climate action plan, and to talk about how this directly would help, help our community reach the goals that it'd like to reach by 2030, I believe it is. I am not necessarily pushing for this to only be available to people who live here in Flagstaff. I'm fine if council wants to go toward that. I think the key here is that the car is purchased here in Flagstaff. I think that is really what the underlying message is that we're trying to get, is we're trying to make sure we can help our automobile dealerships. So those are just my thoughts on this. Council, we're looking for direction here. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm fine with everything that's been presented, but I was wondering, I'm not sure if that full 20,000 will be spent, and I'm wondering if we could make it available that if it is one that resides in the city of Flagstaff limits, that we would offer an extra 0.5% to the 3 options if they reside in the city of Flagstaff. I don't know if that's too complicated, but I just thought it would be a good idea just to kind of really nudge, because I'm not sure the incentive that we're offering is going to maybe move the needle for car sales, but I think if we had offer an extra 0.5% to those that are actually city residents, I think maybe with instead of 2%, it'd be 2.5%. I think that probably would move the needle of maybe getting people to buy better, efficient vehicles. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Whelan, actually followed by the Vice Mayor and then Ms. Salas. I'm sorry, I got that order wrong. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just ask that we get some baseline so we can tell whether this program will incentivize. If we don't know how many are being sold and all of that data, then we don't know if we're successful or not. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Odegaard, for your idea there. I'm open to that idea. I think it's a good idea, and Mayor, I personally would like to see us just do it as planned before we double down on it, and just maybe reevaluate this in a year and see where we're at, or even check in halfway through the year. but those are my comments. And then I'm trying to think. I feel like there was one other piece. Oh, yeah, and just being open to anyone coming in that wants to buy a vehicle, an EV vehicle in our city. Is I would keep it open to them. But like I said, I'm open. I like Councilmember Odegaard's comments. Thank you.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually in sync with Councilmember Odegaard's thought about increasing the percentage rebate, but across the board, like from 2% to 2.5 on all electric vehicle, from 1.5 to 2% on hybrid plug-in electric, and from 0.5% to 1% to fuel efficient. To kick this off, and then it's a good start, and thanks to our economic vitality team, specifically our business retention and expansion and business attraction team, and of course Jack and Heidi. And this can eventually evolve into something where we can extend an opportunity to the private sector to invest in terms of grants or donation to fund this sales tax rebate. Thank you.
We're going to go to Mr. Aslan, followed by Mr. McCarthy.
Yes, I'm definitely in favor of this. I like the rebate idea. I'm really excited to see this move forward. I also like Mr. Odegaard's idea. I think I might amend that just slightly, though, maybe so that we keep the same amount of so that we don't, I guess we are robbing Peter to pay Paul in this instance, but to keep it a zero-sum game, maybe if we offer local residents a slightly higher percentage, we shave that off of what we offer outsiders, just so maybe the numbers add up the same. I don't know if the math would work out the same way that way or not. But if we go to 2.25 for local residents and 1.75 for out-of-towners, that leaves us at the same. I mean, it's $20,000 no matter what, but we might use it up at the same rate. And then I definitely would be open to outsiders coming into Flagstaff and taking advantage of this. One thing that's going to happen is they're also going to spend money elsewhere. They're going to grab some food while they're here. They're going to do some local tourism as well. Anything we can do to attract consumers and purchasers into town, there's going to be an uplift effect to that as well. And those are my comments.
I'm going to go to Mr. McIntyre first and then back to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Just wanted to mention that we will certainly go work with the Finance Department and come back with some of these options. I know that the transaction privilege tax rate does not get up to 2.5, so we'd want to figure out how to best structure this. But I think we're hearing you that there could be some really great ways to help residents get a slightly more significant benefit, but still encourage people to buy EV vehicles here in the community. So we'll happily work with the finance director or the management services folks to make sure that we bring back the best nuanced approach.
Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. How much is the total city sales tax on such merchandise?
Councilmember McCarthy, this is Jack. So the total sales tax for this particular purchase would be 2.281% towards the local TPT. So
that's the part, not counting the state and all the other things.
That's correct. Yeah, this is just the city's TPT tax.
What was that number again? 2.281.
Yeah,
I don't think that we should rebate more than the total of all we would get. Because if we do more than that, we'd in effect not only be waiving the tax, we'd be subsidizing the sale of a vehicle. So that's my opinion. Thank you. Oh, I did have it. Mayor, I did have a second question.
Yeah, please.
Or a comment. My concern is that we might actually use up that $20,000. What happens then? After the $20,000 is used up, then the rebate goes away?
Councilmember McCarthy, this is Jack again. At this point, yes. So if you run out of money to provide the rebate, we would be unable to.
So that's another reason to not go over the 2%, in my opinion. Thank you.
So I'm going to go back and ask, I guess I'm going to ask Jack, do you feel like you have direction to be able to come back to council with what this would look like?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. So we will go ahead and move on to our next item. Thank you. We're going to go to item number 13. This is a discussion, reasonable restrictions on the use. Yes?
Mayor.
Oh, there's more to this one. My bad.
There's two more incentives. We apologize.
Yeah, I apologize for that. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor and Council, you're stuck with me for a bit longer. This is the second policy that I'll be presenting on tonight, and this is the Business Attraction Job Creation Incentive, which would give qualifying new businesses that are locating to Flagstaff the ability to apply for reimbursement for certain expenses. This is currently budgeted with $75,000 in economic development funds, again through the BBB tax, and each business would be able to apply for up to $15,000 towards reimbursement. The reimbursable expenses are listed on your screen. They could be used for relocation expenses, job-related trainings, or workforce development. The criteria for this particular incentive, there's three. One is obviously the business must be locating within the city of Flagstaff limits. It must be one of the key industries identified by the city, and we'll get into that a little bit more on the next slide. And the third is it must create a minimum of 10 new permanent full-time jobs where the position salary exceeds the Coconino County median wage for that specified position. So on this screen, you can see a more comprehensive list of the targeted industries that I was mentioning on the previous slide. And I wanted to address a common question that we received from some of the stakeholders that provided feedback on this incentive before we brought it to you, which is why isn't this available to other sectors like lodging or retail? And the quick answer to this, as you can see on the slide, is that these industries that we've targeted support and complement the existing industries like retail, hospitality, and lodging by creating additional high-wage jobs within our community. The point of focusing on these sectors is also to strengthen the city's economic base by creating a more diversified economy. The benefit of this policy, if passed, would create an additional tool for the economic development team to recruit and attract new businesses and make Flagstaff more competitive in the business attraction field. Many cities across the state have local incentives to offer, and they are excellent programs to help close deals and get new businesses to that community. With this incentive, it helps level the playing field with those other jurisdictions by offering a local incentive that makes Flagstaff more attractive. And so with that, Council, I'd like to open it up again for questions or comments regarding this particular incentive.
Council? So, not seeing any comments, is going to be thought that everyone agrees with this when it comes back? Okay. I'm thinking that council is okay with this particular incentive.
Great, thank you, Mayor. We'll continue to move on. So the
Okay.
third and final policy for tonight is the Business Attraction Development Reinvestment Incentive. And so this incentive differs from the first two in that there are currently no funds budgeted in the FY21 budget. However, there is a proposed funding mechanism for this incentive. That mechanism is allocating a portion of the city's unrestricted construction sales tax, precisely 0.5% of that unrestricted portion, to fund this policy. This tax would be redirected from the general fund to support this incentive. There are three potential options for council to consider for this incentive that I will cover momentarily. So the criteria for this incentive are the same as the previous policy, which we just looked at, with a focus on our target industries and an emphasis on the creation of high-quality, high-wage jobs. The first option associated with this policy would be to use the 0.5% reallocation of the construction sales tax and make that available to qualifying businesses for reimbursement. These funds could be used for site improvements that provide public benefit. Some of those potential uses are listed on this slide, like beautification improvements, energy efficiency items for the site, or dark sky code compliance. And an example of how this reimbursement would work is an example would be $1 million capital investment would generate $5,000 that would be made available for reimbursement for those applicable uses that you see on your screen. Now, a thought that some of you may have at this moment is $5,000 does not seem to be a ton of money to tackle various site improvements. And the reason I bring that up is because, again, we received stakeholder feedback from several folks that felt that $5,000 per $1 million in capital investment was a slightly trivial sum for potential improvements. We appreciated that feedback and wanted to create an additional option for council to consider, which I will get to in a moment. However, I did want to point out there have been several recent examples where an employer needed to change some of their design elements that also provided public benefit. A few of these examples include accommodating entryways to our Flagstaff urban trail system, dark sky lighting compliance, or code-required landscaping on property frontages. These are several examples of relatively less expensive improvements that these funds could be used towards, where this incentive would be quite successful. So with that in mind, the second option that we wanted council to consider was that this second option uses the same funding mechanism as previously mentioned, but it changes what would be the reimbursable expenses to match those that were listed in the job creation incentive. So instead of them being used for improvements that would require public benefit, they would be used for relocation expenses, job-related trainings, and workforce development. And so the alternate for this particular option would be, for example, if a business exceeded the $15,000 limit of the job creation incentive, for every $1 million in capital investment they created when bringing their business to Flagstaff, that additional $5,000 would be made available to use in addition to the $15,000 for those uses I just mentioned. So this slide, again, is just showing the two options I've just mentioned, along with what the key difference is, which is really how can this money be used? What is the best reimbursement strategy? I think regardless of the option, the goal of this incentive is to provide the city with yet another tool that will help differentiate Flagstaff from some of our nearby competitors by making us more competitive in the business attraction field. And so with that in mind, I'd love to get some feedback from council on what you think the best option is for this particular incentive. I think either option you choose will assist business attraction for the city of Flagstaff. And no matter how you slice it, this is not a tremendous amount of money. However, at this point, something that the city can provide is better than nothing, which is essentially where we were before we brought these two policies for you, at least when we're talking about dedicated local incentives for business attraction. However, with that being said, you will see a third option on your screen, which is that council may not wish to divert resources from the general fund at this time, which is how this policy would be funded. So we wanted to bring that to your attention, and I'd love to get some feedback on what council thinks the best option is between these three. Thank you.
First up is Mr. Aslan, followed by Mr. McCarthy.
Well, I agree that something is better than nothing, and I am all in favor of attracting businesses, especially high-tech businesses, into town. I am concerned about incentivizing sprawl. I would like to see some language in here which specifies that. Well, I guess I have a question. Does this involve breaking ground on fallow land here in Flagstaff? I think there's a difference between that and infill development, and also refurbishing old properties, or repurposing old buildings. And I would like to sit with that discussion for a minute.
Can I speak to that point?
Yes, please.
So this is David McIntyre. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. So this particular incentive would be able to be used in both situations. If a manufacturing facility wanted to move into a private building that currently existed, the former Walgreens building would be an example that comes to mind for many folks. This would be able to be used for improvements related to that. There just has to be a public benefit. So in some ways it's harder to use with those types of facilities, but the numbers are small enough that it should be able to support coming into existing facilities throughout the community within the proper zoning. However, it would be available as it's currently written for someone who wanted to break ground on new construction as well. For instance, out at the 32-acre parcel by the airport. So either option would be appropriate with this particular incentive.
Well, I would think that if someone moved into the old Walgreens warehouse, that the public benefit of that would be immediately apparent and inherent. I would like to support this. I'm not sure I can support it if it's regarding breaking new ground. I can see the benefit of doing that, especially if, it's in a way you can it's the silly word that's not coming to my mind. You can define some of these outlying areas that are city property as infill development, but some of them are not. So I just think that's an interesting space to sort of explore. Anyway, I'm not sure if that provides good direction for you or not. I would be. And in terms of option 1 versus option 2, I'm having a hard time figuring out what the practical difference is between the two. Maybe a business would benefit from either one just the same, or maybe option 1 would be better for certain types of business attraction, and option 2 would be better for other types of business attraction. I'm not sure where the difference is.
Councilmember Aslan, this is Jack. So I think that, the difference is really just in what they can use that reimbursable amount for. So the first is more focused on those improvements that create public benefit, while the second is more related to, the relocation expenses, related job trainings and workforce development. But I think you're absolutely right. Depending on the company or what site they're developing or what improvements they're making, one would certainly be more beneficial than the other. And potentially another option we could consider is allowing the business to choose how they would like to use those reimbursable expenses and potentially combine the two. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well, I'm not sure it does either, but I appreciate the way you're exploring the dynamics there, and I'm sure we'll come to some more illumination on this as other council people weigh in and as we hear back from you.
Okay, we're going to move to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I don't have a firm position on this yet. I'm just sort of in the think it through stage. I'd probably be more inclined to go with option 1 than option 2. But I guess what's going through my mind is the city budget in the shape that we can be waving away funds from the general fund that we might need. I mean, from what I understand, our general fund is going to be pretty tight over the next couple of years. On the other hand, maybe this is new money that's coming in that wouldn't come in otherwise. So therefore, it's better than nothing. But if anybody has any comments, I'd be interested. I'm just kind of still thinking it through. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard.
Just to speak to that, if I can, Mayor, this is David.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that was the original theory behind it. We actually, this particular incentive is one that we learned about by other communities using. Miranda in particular uses this particular incentive significantly. And the theory behind it is exactly what you just stated, where you're providing a company that may not have come on its own. And so by reinvesting half of that construction sales tax, the community still benefits with the other half that wouldn't have been there otherwise, plus the jobs and the business. What we can't necessarily be 100% certain of is whether the company would have landed on its own. So it's hard for us to quantify exactly whether all the money that was spent was new money or not. But just to speak to that particular point, that is the theory behind it, is that this is going to help us to bring in that capital investment, which generates the construction sales tax, which is what funds the program and provides additional resources to the general fund. And I know that construction sales tax is a one-time sales tax, so it is budgeted differently by management services and therefore not necessarily considered the same as the ongoing general fund revenues. I hope that's helpful.
That is helpful. And a follow-up is, and just thinking out loud again, would this incentive be fair to existing businesses that are already in Flagstaff?
So one of the great things about this particular incentive, and one of the reasons that, as Jack mentioned before, it's not necessarily available to retail or other businesses that compete with each other, is that the intention here is to bring in businesses that fit within those sectors. They generally complement each other rather than compete with each other, and they're more export-oriented or intellectual property oriented. So the intention is not to do that. We do have incentives that have come before council in the past to work with retail establishments. That's a different type of incentive than what's intended here. Your point is very well taken. In those situations, you do use existing taxes to subsidize a business that will then compete with your existing businesses. That's not the intention of this one, and that's part of the reason to have the sectors as specified as they are, is to prevent that exact situation. With this, it's all about bringing in what we call primary sector businesses. Those are the businesses that generate wealth in the community by exporting products or selling them here, but not necessarily in competition with the other producers.
Good comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm really excited about this. Since I've been on the council, what incentives did we as a city have to offer for business attraction or reinvestment of business? Basically, it was almost nothing. So we're starting to make a very significant policy change. We're actually being robust in doing business attraction and also reinvestment of businesses. So I'm in favor of option 2, just to try to get more meaningful change concerning business attraction or even reinvestment. And then this is probably too early, but I'm excited, there could be an opportunity concerning the 30-some acres out there at the airport to help with this. It's probably, not going to happen this year, but who knows, maybe next year this would come into play. So thank you.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this presentation and discussion, Jack and Mr. Fitchett and Mr. McIntyre. I am gravitating toward option 2, change the reimbursable expenses to match the job creation incentive, such as relocation expenses, related job trainings, workforce development. And it would be used to supplement businesses that exceed the 5,000 maximums, 15,000 maximum set in the job creation incentive. I also appreciate the fact that this package, business attraction development and reinvestment incentive, is laser focused and attracting businesses that are the key industry sectors: astronomy, bioscience, healthcare, education, environmental technology, manufacturing, R&D, software and information-based technology. Thank you, Team Flagstaff.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions. Are these three incentives part of a larger plan?
Hi, Councilmember Whelan. This is Jack. Can you specify a little bit?
Well, is there a larger plan on developing or our economic development that these fit into?
Jack, if you don't mind, I'll take that one.
Thank you, Dave.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council Member. Yeah, the economic development, it does have a strategic plan that's not been elevated up to the council level. We had thought about bringing forward a master planning document and hiring consultants to assist, and then it was clear this was not the budget year for that particular endeavor. Additionally, there are some major fiscal changes for us as we get the incubator and accelerator debt paid down, which will be very impactful. So it seemed like it might be prudent to wait for a couple more years to really engage in that master planning process. That being said, we do have, we focus with ECONA, we focus with NACOG, and with our sectors on basically doing business retention and expansion, working hard with our local businesses here, and then focusing on our target sectors. Normally, business attraction is a program that spends a lot of time traveling. Our business attraction manager will often be at trade shows throughout the nation, working with our local companies to identify who might be good supply chain or additional companies that would fit within their particular nexus. We do a lot of print ads. We do a lot of programming focused on using the strengths that Flagstaff already has, which is a highly educated workforce and very, very concentrated sectors in some of the biosciences and astronomy, to generate interest and then use our lifestyle to capture them. One of the things that we've struggled with, though, is that Flagstaff, by its nature, is more expensive than many other competitive communities. That's not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's just a fact that it's cheaper to develop in Kingman than it is to develop in Flagstaff based on a number of factors. And so what we found in our business attraction is we get lots of interest, and then we need ways to try to help get them through that initial hook. Many of these companies do end up coming for the lifestyle when they do come, but helping them to see that we care about them, that we have this type of incentive in place to match the Arizona Commerce Authority's incentives can assist. There's room for us to enhance our economic development planning process, fully admit that, and looking forward to that process. This particular year, we're trying to develop tools to enhance our effectiveness within the plan that we already have.
I would like to have Ms. Hanson. I think she has a comment for that.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Whelan. Each year, the City of Flagstaff asks each division and each section within the division to create performance measures. And so within the economic development performance measures, we've never had the opportunity to really say a number of what we'd like to do with job creation, because we've never had incentive plans to make us competitive enough to add that. Basically, some of the performance measures we've outlined in the past have been how many businesses can we reach each year to give some job tools or to give some other types of assistance to. So we will be adding these incentives and looking at numbers and data to these performance measures from here on out.
So I understand what you're saying, and I've said this before. You need more support. You need more council support. We need to do things in a bigger way. I appreciate these plans. I'm not ready to take money from the general fund, but I really think we need a much bigger plan. This is going to be really developing our economy to be more than tourism, to be more than is going to be a huge job, and you need the support and the resources to do that. And I'm not so sure with I appreciate the direction you're going in, and I appreciate doing things with what you get. But I strongly ask council that we have a discussion and we really start looking at resources that we can put in to grow our reinvestment incentives, our business attraction. Because at a regional level, we're not getting it. We've got other areas and cities and municipalities around us that are doing the attracting. And there's something that either we're not planning out or considering. And I really believe it is going to be about giving you the tools you need to figure this out and really push forward, especially in these next years. So, with that said, I'll support the other incentive. This one, it's option 3 for me. Thank you.
We're going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Whelan, for bringing that up. I agree with you. I think we need a larger plan, and the word that came to mind for me was resiliency, right? Creating a resilient economy and a resilient community, and it's really in line with everything that David, Heidi, and team do with the local campaign that we have in place. And I think especially now with COVID and our ability to rebuild ourselves, we should be very focused on the goal, and focus on the goal of really one that empowers and builds our community from within. It doesn't rely on tourism all the time, but yet is sustainable. And so my question was along those same lines. David, can you tell me, is there any parameters on the size of a business? Could just a larger company come in and utilize these incentives just as much as a local mom and pop shop?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, or Mayor, Vice Mayor, yes. This particular has a minimum size. You have to create 10 jobs or more in order to qualify for the incentive. However, we don't actually have a maximum size for this particular incentive. Generally speaking, they're going to self-select out once they reach a point where they don't believe our workforce will be able to be significant enough for them. That is one of our challenges, is some of the larger companies don't think they're going to have the ability to find the staff that they need. We help to educate them on the highly educated nature of our workforce, but we do have the companies generally self-select out because they need a significant population for their particular workforce. So we find that these attractions are probably going to be targeting companies between 10 and 50 to 75 employees.
Okay, interesting.
But obviously, it could go for bigger if somebody was coming this way. I'm not sure that the 5,000 or whatever per would be super impactful for a major company.
Okay. Okay, that helps. I guess I lean towards option 2 just because it seems like it'd be more impactful in supporting those efforts. I also just feel like I need to say I also just want to make sure we're doing everything we can to support our small local businesses and keeping our businesses afloat. And I know we're doing a whole number of different approaches, but yeah, okay, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, if I could just respond. Of course, that is a critical need. That's more focused on our business retention and expansion program. That's more where John Saltonstall spends his time, and we are very grateful for that work and for the incentives that you approved a few weeks back. The adaptive reuse policy is going to be focused on our local businesses. The business retention and expansion is designed for the local businesses. We certainly are very focused on them as well. However, we want to continue to diversify the job base here, and so we're looking for tools to help attract and bring new local businesses to our community.
Yes, thank you for that. And okay, that sounds good. I appreciate it.
Okay, I just want to weigh in and say that I do agree with Miss Whelan that when you look around, it seems like other communities are being able to attract more. And I do think that we as a community, not only as a council, but I think as a community, we should have a conversation about why that is. We say that we want to diversify our economy and that we want other jobs and other industry here, but we don't exactly model that in our behavior or in the policies that we seek to create, right? We've had the opportunity to get other businesses here, and we as a community have been very clear that we value water, we value the use of water, it's a finite resource, we value our dark skies, we value our clean air. And so we have made very conscious choices as to things that we do not want to see here. We also have a high cost of living, and our employment base costs more because of different things that we've done here in our community, saying that we are showcasing what it is that we value. So I want to make sure that we understand that as we move forward and we have these types of conversations, we need to make sure that our values are lining up to what we're actually saying. And if they're not, then we need to acknowledge that. Kind of like the conversation we have when it comes to affordable housing and about density. We all think it's a great idea and it's in our regional plan until someone actually tries to build it. And then it becomes an issue. I would say at this particular point, I'm interested in option 1 or option 2 because I think we need to be doing something. But I also want to acknowledge that we need to have a clear conversation with our community about just exactly what type of industry are we really interested in having? Are we really willing to accept? And then look around and see, do we have the people here that we need? And what is the cost of doing business here in Flagstaff? And is that hindering it? Jack, I'm not sure if you have a clear council direction on that. Can you help?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I think I do. I believe I have 4 folks who are leaning slightly more to option 2, one for option 3, and then 2 that were slightly undecided between option 2 and option 1. But I do have majority for option 2 at this point.
It seems like Mr. Aslan would like to provide clear direction. Mr. Aslan?
Well, I guess it's moot at this point. I will say that I'm leaning between option 2 and option 3. But, I do think that we need to be investing in high-powered workforce here. And I'd rather see our investment go towards job creation, I think, than brick and mortar development or some of those other developmental public benefits. So if I were to support one of these things, I think it would be option 2 for sure. I definitely hear what Councilmember Whelan is saying. It's hard, Well, I mean, there's 4 votes to move forward with exploring option 2. So I'm just going to sit with the tension I'm feeling and ask some more questions as we move forward. And I think there'll still be time to, do some research and explore the true immensity of the decisions that are at hand. So I look forward to having more of that conversation.
Okay. Well, then it looks like you have your direction, Mr. Fitchett. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 13.
Good evening, Council. This is Mayor and Council. Good evening. This is Brad Hill, the retired Director of Water Services. I'm assuming you can all hear me?
Yep.
We can. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I apologize for that. I just wanted to make sure. Council had requested a discussion prior about the reasonable restrictions on the use of potable water. On July 11th, I met with Councilmember Aslan to discuss this further. I ended up summarizing our conversation in the memo that was attached to your staff summary. Given my prior experience at the state level in water resource management, one of the items that I put in that memo was council may want to consider prohibiting the filling of recreation amenity lakes using potable water. This concept was actually addressed by the state legislature back in 1987 when they adopted what was known then as the Lakes Bill. However, it only applies to the urban parts of our state known as active management areas, and it does not apply to the city of Flagstaff. In fact, our current code would allow someone to do it now since we are in what is known as Water Strategy 1. It would only prohibit someone from filling a amenity lake or recreational lake with potable water if we go into Strategy Level 2. So that was one of the items I thought we could bring forward for discussion tonight. I will stop talking and let you discuss and provide direction either on this potential restriction or any other reasonable ones you're interested in talking about.
Council? Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it would be a prudent thing to do to disallow filling of amenity lakes or whatever you want to call them with potable water. I think that's very clear cut. As a matter of fact, on certain votes that I've done here and on the Water Commission over the last decade or so, I've always taken that position. So that to me is very clear cut. Are we going to talk about other ideas? Maybe lawns or whatever.
If you're asking staff, that's clearly up to City Council.
Well, I don't know if I want to do something so draconian as saying that people can't have lawns, but I will say that lawns use an unrealistic amount of fresh water, and maybe we can make a rule that's saying that you could only use reclaimed water for lawns. On the other hand, I think Brad once said water is water is water. So if we can't waste potable water, we shouldn't be wasting reclaimed water either. So I'd be interested in knowing if other council members have other ideas. But as far as these decorative lakes, no way.
Mr. Aslan.
Thank you. Well, when I brought this forward originally, I was definitely thinking about these decorative lakes and other such similar amenities. Mr. Hill, I was really excited when you brought this particular set of handles to this large unwieldy box. I think this is a great place to start. It might be largely symbolic, but I think that that's important, especially with water conservation. We need to be practicing what we preach, and if we're creating rules that continue to show our residents, our water users, and our visitors that we highly value the precious resource of water, then we're sending a synergistic message out there instead of one that confuses and complicates things. It's really nice to see the amenity of a snow park up at Fort Tuttle, for example, but I am very against them using potable water for that. I think it sends the wrong message when we're at this, in one hand, spraying the hillside with drinkable water, and on the other hand, we're telling everybody, we need to have 100 years of water in supply, and we're, struggling to shore up our long-term water supply, and we're entering a time of uncertainty in terms of climate change, and the past no longer being an indicator of future behavior of our environment and our weather. And so this just helps to clarify the fact that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing, and we're doing reasonable, accessible things that people can understand to help conserve our water for the region for the long term. And I'm sure there is more that we can do, but I was really excited, Brad, when you brought this particular idea forward, and I don't see why we shouldn't at least move forward on that if we're going to have a discussion of other solutions as well.
Ms. Whelan?
I would agree with moving this forward. Thank you.
Ms. Trodegaard?
Thank you, Mayor. Funny, sometimes we have kind of the same conversations over time. I thought back in 2018, we were supposed to, as a council body, have a larger discussion concerning water. I think at the time, it was just, I think it might have been just reclaimed water was talked about at the time. But it was, I thought, the will of the council body at that time to have a larger discussion on water, and that was back in 2018. And I think it never did come forward, because we had a council body change. And I think probably it was a previous council member that wanted to have that discussion. I guess to try to focus on one item here, I'm interested in moving the forward as concerning lakes, and that's it. And maybe at some point in the future, we'll have a larger discussion concerning water. So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm also happy to see this move forward. And like Councilmember Odegaard and McCarthy, who mentioned the lawns and whatnot, I think that could be part of a larger conversation. I'm not too sure when, but for now, I am in favor of this moving forward. Thank you.
So I want to weigh into the conversation as well. Mr. Odegaard, we have had a conversation about this before. And we as a council, it's been this council, it's been every council, has made priority as to what we think water should be used on. For example, it's been council's direction that all sporting type of activities, recreation, should use reclaimed water. I think that has not necessarily happened always because we don't have purple pipes necessarily to every location. There was reference made about the pond that was going to be up above on Wildwood Hills. I'm not really sure that I consider that a decorative pond because I was also looking at the fire risk. We went back and forth as whether or not you could actually use that pond to put out, fires. I do know that the pond that was over there, Lakey Lane, in Continental, which is currently drained, we have used that before for fire suppression. I think as we move forward, we need to get clarity on what is a decorative pond and what is a pond that actually can be utilized for other things, because I think that there is a need for us to have that conversation. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I do think that when at all possible, if we're going to use water for life activities, it should be reclaimed water. But then I'm also sitting here thinking that we have created ponds with our reclaimed water. We've created these wetlands, And I know that I myself was really concerned about the wetland that was under I-40 because it's been drying up. We haven't had any monsoons, and you have duck and other wildlife there that are too young to fly, but the water's drying up and they are exposed to predators. And so is that a decorative pond that we've created that we now, is it an artificial pond that we've created that we now are having to take care of? Should we just let that kind of stuff go dry? Or perhaps we should not be creating it at all if it's our intention not to use water, whether it be reclaimed or potable, to address those issues. And is that an amenity that our community likes to see? And do they think that that's a good use of water? I don't know. But I do think that we need to once again go back and have a broader conversation about water and how we use it and what we think we should and should not be using it for. I do know that a couple of years back, out at Forest Highlands, I believe, there was an individual during the middle of water restrictions, it's probably been about 6 years, that was told not to fill up his decorative lake. He went ahead and filled it up because his grandkids were coming for the weekend and he wanted them to be able to play in the rowboat, right? And at that particular time, there was not a very large fine for that kind of stuff. I believe that council went back and we addressed that issue because the fine to do that was like $1,000 and he was okay with paying the fine because he wanted his lake. That to me was definitely a decorative lake. So I do think that moving forward, it'll be interesting to see what the conversation is about this. Mr. Hill, I think you have direction.
Yes, great. Thank you, Council. I have clear direction from you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move down to item number 14. This is a citizen's petition, a fair voting for Flagstaff, ranked choice voting. Who do I give this to? Is this Ms. Salzberg?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Stacy Salzberg. I'll be fairly quick in my introduction of this particular item. Like you said, this is a citizen petition that was submitted to us back in October of 2019. The petition calls or is requesting that the council consider a more fair election system referred to as ranked choice voting. In your staff summary, I did provide some information about ranked choice voting and also some considerations from a procedural standpoint for the city of Flagstaff. I do have Dr. Stephen Nuno on the line. He was actually the submitter of this petition. He does have a public comment to offer for this and is also available for any questions that the council may have in regards to the petition itself and ranked choice voting.
Okay, let's start with our public comment, please.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and City Council for making the time for me to present this petition to you. I'm presenting this fair voting for Flagstaff, ranked choice voting. It's an election system where voters rank their choices. If no candidate has a majority in first choices, the candidates in last place gets eliminated. And then whoever voted for that eliminated candidate, their second choice gets put into the pot and then recounted. This is a system that tries to address a problem. And the problem is that we often blame voters for low turnout. But the reality is we have a system that discourages political participation. Many citizens feel simply that their vote doesn't count, so why should I vote if it doesn't count? And let's be clear, the average citizen does not vote. In May 2015, the turnout for Flagstaff special election was 16%, and in November 2015, there was a 23% turnout in Flagstaff. And when you think about fairness in voting in Flagstaff, District 15 had 17% turnout, and District 2 had 32% turnout. Now, these districts are fairly equal in terms of size. District 15 over in 4th Street has 2,132 voters, and District 2 near the hospital has 1,099 voters. Yet they had roughly the equal amount of say in the election in that election in 2015. So this isn't necessarily very fair. And one can say, well, District 15 should just have participated more, but that ignores the social reality that people actually want and go to District 2 more than they go to District 15 when it comes to salience in voting and issues, and obviously when it comes to seeking funds to run campaigns, and also issues that require more and have more money at stake. So winner take all forces also tactical voting, meaning voters are asked to not only determine who their favorite candidate is, but they often have to base their votes based on who they think other voters will be, how other voters will behave. And it's difficult enough for high propensity and high information citizens to make these types of calculations, but it's frustratingly impossible for the average citizen to take a look at these choices and make an informed choice. And oftentimes it's just frustration and just the decision is just not to vote. Also, primary elections cause voter exhaustion. In this country, we have roughly 16,000 elections every year. Americans love elections, but we just don't like voting so much. So there's a lot of voting going on, not a whole lot of representation going on. And I think the solution would be for the city council to consider ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting promotes majority support, meaning if your first place first ranked candidate doesn't win, your second ranked candidate can be considered.
Thank you. You have time. Okay, Council, are there any direct questions for Doctor? Okay, I don't see any. Are there any additional public comments for this?
No, Mayor, I do not have any other comments.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Council, we'll turn the discussion inward. Council? Mr. McCarthy?
All right, first step, turn mic on. I would like to say that I did a lot of research on this item. I read articles by the Heritage Foundation, which hates this kind of voting. I read articles in the Atlantic, by the League of Women Voters, and a lot of other places. So I think ranked choice voting actually does make a lot of sense. Probably the best example was 1992. There was a three-way election between Mr. Clinton, Mr. Bush, and Mr. Ross Perot. And Mr. Clinton won that. And if it had been ranked choice voting, I think that the outcome would have been different. And there's an example of how ranked choice voting could make a very big difference in the outcome of an election in a way that would have reflected the will of the people. I've also heard that this is a very complex system. I'm not sure it's probably quite as bad as I've heard. On the other hand, I do have some serious concerns. I'm concerned about legal risks for the city of Flagstaff, especially considering that this seems to be in contradiction to the Arizona laws. In other words, the laws enacted by our legislature and by our Constitution. Now, obviously, if Flagstaff did ranked choice voting, we would have to change our charter. That doesn't scare me too much. But getting in a fight with the Arizona legislature does concern me. So even though I think that ranked choice voting is a great idea, and I think it works and it's practical, I think for Flagstaff to stick our neck out and get into a fight with the state legislature, which we very well could, is problematic. So I've sort of like told you the good and the bad of it, and I'd be interested in hearing what other council members think.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Stephen, for being with us and bringing this to our attention and your work on this topic. I too did a lot of research on this topic. I've even talked to one of the national efforts that's pushing this at the local municipal levels, and I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was a very interesting approach to voting and elections, and I thought that there was integrity in the approach, more so than the current model. Now, in thinking about it through the local lens and what it would take to put in place locally, I do have concerns about us not doing it in unity with the county. I also was under the impression that there were other cities in Arizona. I thought at least one that was doing this already, and it's come to my attention more recently that that is not the case. There's no towns in Arizona doing this, and that there might be issues with the state in us pushing forward with such a plan, and that is concerning, along with the costs involved with converting the machinery over and the personnel needed to oversee the effort and to make sure that the public is all on board. That being said, I think that's something we could do over time. And, obviously a citizen's petition is an approach that could be taken on this if it doesn't go through the council like we're talking about tonight. But it's interesting seeing both sides of the picture and learning about some of the concerns. And so, yeah, I think I'm right there with Councilmember McCarthy. And those are my comments at the moment. And I'm curious to hear what other folks have to say. Thank you.
Council, is there anybody else that wants to weigh in on this? I don't see anyone else interested in weighing in. Okay, Miss Whelan.
Looks like we all did our research together. So I too have concerns because we live in Arizona. I know that in Colorado, several cities have tried this, and the outcomes weren't always what they had wanted. So I know it can increase costs. I know it can decrease certain costs. And the whole idea about trying to do this in Arizona really stumps me. And I have no doubt that if we would move in this direction, we would hear from our legislature. And so I'm leaning towards not moving this forward. Thank you.
Well, I don't see any other council members that are interested in weighing in. Not seeing any. There does not seem to be support in moving this item forward. Would that, do you feel the same way, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the discussion. Yes, we're getting clarity on this. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and go to the next item. The next item is item number 15. This is public participation for items that are not currently on our agenda. With public participation, again, we can listen to what the citizens have to say. Because it hasn't been agendized, we cannot respond back to anything that we hear. Ms. Salzberg, is there anything for public participation tonight?
Not tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're on to item number 16. This is informational items to and from the mayor, council, and city manager, and any future agenda item requests. We're going to go ahead and start tonight with Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few things. I'm wondering if we could look at beginning to get using our community forum and begin some community engagement around the discussion of economy and business attraction, if that would be appropriate. Also, forest closures, I'm wondering if we have written a letter of support to close our forests. Should I wait for an answer?
You can actually ask all your stuff. We can have the city
Okay.
manager answer at one time.
Thank you. I have a cat that wants to weigh in. Question about the COVID discussion. I thought we were going to have a place on the agenda at every meeting about our COVID and what has taken place in the past week. So I would just ask for clarification on that. As we see monies that are being freed up, whether that be in CARES Act coming in or in other ways, those monies that are being freed up in the general fund, I would like to see if it would be appropriate that council have a discussion about those monies before they melt back into a budget that's very thirsty. I believe that we're being asked by our community to look at social and cultural and institutional change. And I also believe that that will take allocation of funds. So my request would be that we would have a council discussion about that. I also want to say that Flag Shelter has 0 positives, and perhaps a discussion about will we as a city continue to make sure that that stays and that we support the policies of that. Another piece of that is we are being asked to look into cultural sensitive alternatives for incarceration and treatment. And also I'm wondering where our discussion is around Black Lives Matter. I know that there were 2 fair items. Just a timeline, is that going to happen after our break or where we are with that? And thank you, Council.
City manager, do you want to weigh in and answer those?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I can answer most. Not in the same order. An email went out to the Forest Service 2 days ago, or it might have been yesterday, or late last week. I forget, but I have not had a response, but I will look for that. The COVID updates were intended to be during regular council meetings, to my knowledge. I've asked this question before because I know it's come up before with another council member, and that was the instruction I recall. If I'm mistaken on that, we will make the necessary corrections. Of course, we're close to seeing council adjourn for recess. But that was my understanding. I know on COVID, there is a wealth of information that's going out through various conduits, including updates from the ops meetings. Shannon Anderson, our deputy city manager, one of our deputies, sends those out on a regular basis. And I know that we have had what is now a weekly meeting with the county to update on the numbers. Those meetings used to be 3 times a week. Now they're once a week. So I don't know if the general census is that information is lacking or that there needs to be more, but I do want to reiterate that we were under the impression, we at staff, that the COVID updates were to coincide with regular council meetings. I want to comment on the general fund being freed up. There's a bit of a perception that that's the case with some of these CARES funds. The discussion earlier on the airport grant, the CARES grant, I was corrected on that in noting that those monies don't even go to the general fund. Most of them go directly to the airport fund. It was my thinking that they went to the general fund and were transferred out. The transfers from the general fund to the airport fund are limited to what Rick Tatter spoke to earlier. So as a reimbursement to program, you now know what the impact will be positively on the general fund on that, but it is nowhere near the entirety of the $18.6 million. The other CARES Act is likewise a reimbursement program going to monies spent for COVID, including monies by our first responders and frontline people. That'll be a reimbursement at the end of the year. I want to remind Council we're in the third stage of a recession. And we, of course, are tightening our belt in every which way possible. Our budget team meets 3 times a week, and we have that very discussion. And we are cutting back on expenditures throughout the organization. We're not doing so to free up money. We're doing so to offset declining revenues. And that is the state that we're in, and the state that we will remain in for some time. So I just want to respectfully kind of alter or slightly amend the way that particular point was asked. I think if we look at this as money in the general fund being freed up, I fear that we're overlooking the severity of the situation that we're in and the other many, many measures that we at the staff are taking to try to offset those losses. On the Black Lives Matter and the fair items, there's one coming to your way by virtue of citizen petition next week. There will be 2 coming to the council after the recess. We will do what we can to try to consolidate 2 of those because it may make sense to do so. But we do not have latitude on the matter that's coming to you next week. That needs to be addressed to you under the time frame that is dictated by citizen petition submittals. And Councilmember Whelan, I don't know if I covered all of what you asked, but if there's something I missed, please help me out here.
No, sir, you did very well. And thank you for that clarification about general funds.
Thank you. I can't wait for the day where we can report to you that we are seeing freed up monies in our general fund. It's just going to be a little while yet. We're really scrambling to try to make things work, and so far so good. I will say it's not all a bad thing, but we're hard at work on that particular issue. So thank you for the question. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to share that last Saturday, I had the honor of presenting the mayor's recognition of on the occasion of her 100th birthday to Maxine Vickers. So there was a birthday parade that was put together by the Vickers family and the Breath of Life Church members, and a short program where I was able to read the mayor's recognition of Maxine Vickers and the Vickers family's contribution to Flagstaff. Maxine Vickers moved to Flagstaff in 1952. So she raised 3 children, and a happy, proud grandmother of 18, great-grandmother of 33, and great-great-grandmother of 20. So it was just heartwarming, and I'm profoundly grateful for witnessing that celebration. And due to physical distancing, there were no hugging and shaking hands. So it was also like a parade of just waving hands to Maxine Vickers. And we wish her well and longer life after 100 years. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard.
Nothing tonight, Mayor, and thank you, everybody, for all your hard work, including my colleagues and all our city team. Very much appreciative. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Housing Commission meeting this last week, and we had discussions about the Mountain Line bus rapid transit proposal that's being worked on right now. And I think the housing commissioners appreciated that because there's definitely a link between housing and transportation, as we all know. We also talked about the climate action plan and the recent steps that the city council took last week, which you're all aware of. So that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
I don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So just a few things I wanted to mention. I just wanted to mention, the governor's order and the ongoing changes that we're experiencing at the local level in the mask wearing, and just gratitude to everyone who is wearing a mask, and our plan moving forward to address those who aren't and the businesses that aren't are struggling to keep up with the plans. I would like to see COVID, an agenda item for COVID on next week's agenda, if possible, just as a standalone, so we can just have that conversation before we go on break one last time, and then we can recalibrate our plans with COVID and how we want to discuss it once we reconvene after our break. I was wondering if there was any update on the Southside Association's plans for the forums. I know Councilmember Whelan brought that up last week, and I'm just wondering if there's any updates on that for the public and for us to know about. But I'll finish my little list before we get to that question. Something that's on my mind are the fines that we issue at our city court of $100 and less. And I'm planning to work with staff to figure out what's the game plan to address fines of, let's say, $100 and less, and just see what we can do to maybe get rid of those and make things better for those who are going through that process and get stuck in our system. I just want to express gratitude to all the staff and community and the council for all the topics covered on tonight's agenda. There was a lot talked about, and I think we covered a lot of ground. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to all the Flagstaff local campaign winners. There's been quite a number of posts I've seen on social media for people like Mark, who won an item from Quality Connections, I believe it was, and Doug with his family, who won bicycles from Bike Rev, and Myrna Rodriguez Carter, who won $1,000 cash through a huge check, biggest check I've ever seen here in Flagstaff. Might want to fact that. Anyways. Shout out to everybody for really being a part of this campaign, and for Heidi and the team who's been working on this effort. I think that this has been a big success, and I'd like to see this energy and momentum continue forward through the years to come. That's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, did you want to address the question that was asked? I think you said that during our regular city council meetings, we do a COVID update. So I just wanted to verify that.
We're at your pleasure, Mayor and Council. That was our understanding, but we recognize that this was one of those months with 5 Tuesdays, which means Council gets an extra work session, which means out of the 5 meetings here, you probably feel like you were not hearing your typical COVID updates. To the Vice Mayor's request, we're glad to give you an update next week. I do want to suggest, and it's nothing more than a suggestion, but I do want to put it out there that I think we actually are talking a lot about COVID as we speak to things like in tonight's agenda, the reentry plan, and a very in-depth discussion there, and related topics. So, I mean, I guess there's a tie-in to many of the things we're chatting about, even with regard to some of the economic discussion we've had tonight about trying to do our part to address the downtown businesses and some creative uses of our rights of way and business retention and so forth. Now, I don't want to gloss it over. We're not giving you hard and fast COVID numbers when we're having those discussions, but they all do kind of fall under that large umbrella of the COVID pandemic that we're dealing with. All that said, Mayor and Council, we're glad to slate a discussion for you next week for COVID. And I take it that that will focus mostly on the numbers and the trends and what's happening with specific regard to COVID. Is that the direction I'm hearing or understanding?
That's the direction that I'm understanding.
Okay. There was another question in there, and forgive me, I'm losing my train of thought here.
Yes, City Manager, I'll
the
remind
south
you.
side. Yes, the south
It
side.
does.
That one's on my desk, Vice Mayor. It's on my desk. It has. I don't have anything to report to you, but it's a very important matter. I do think we will get those forums up and running, and Council will be hearing about it, I'm sure, during the recess. I don't know how quickly the forums will be initiated, but rest assured, I will get to it right away.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And so I just have a couple of things I just want to mention. First and foremost, with the governor's recent executive order and his press release, I think there's something that's pretty important that perhaps has been missed at what he was saying, and I just wanted to verbalize it here with Council. Since March, I have been questioning the numbers when it comes to individuals who are within the age group of 20 to 44. I've been pretty clear that that is our workforce. Our current workforce and our future workforce. I had asked the governor's staff if we could even do a different way of messaging and marketing to this particular group of individuals. And so during his press conference, he mentioned that these individuals are actually accounting for 22% of the hospitalizations. And so I think that's very important. And so for individuals in our community who are between the ages of 20 and 44, again, that is our workforce. Those are our parents. I just think it's very important that they are mindful that COVID can negatively impact them. I do want to do a follow-up with regards to what is going on with the Southside Community Association. They stand ready to have the conversations and to work with Council. I believe they've met with several people on Council about what it is that they are proposing. I can tell you that there's going to be a program tomorrow night at 6 o'clock that will be streamed live from the Murdoch Community Center's Facebook page that has to do with the voter suppression that has happened around Black people, African Americans in the United States. And it's going to talk about a historical perspective, what has happened historically. There'll be individuals that are talking about really the civil rights era and how, those particular rights were granted. And there'll be an individual who's talking about voter suppression now in the year 2020. So it looks to be a good program. I also want to remind Council that after we come back from break, we are going to be starting on a really interesting new journey that has to do with priority-based budgeting. And we'll be able to put into action a lot of the conversations that we've had as a community over the last 4 to 5 weeks. We start our budgeting process when we come back. We will be able to see what staff has in store for us as we talk about how to engage the community to look at the totality of our budget, all areas of our budget. And I think it's critical moving forward, especially when we are in a recession. We're not sure how much longer COVID is going to last and really what our financial outlook will be. So it's very important that we actually, implement what it is we spent money on, we engage in the community, and we have the conversation so we can make sure that our budget is reflective. And lastly, I just want to say happy 4th of July. So, City Manager, do you have anything to add?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.